Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Just 45 seconds away from a start here in match number 16. It's a big one. The Champions Pool is back, and this will be a huge, huge game for all the observers out there at Sussex who are batting first against the Australian Kangaroos. The Kangaroos went walkabout for 3.5 days. We haven't seen them since, and now we will see them. And like all the teams that start their second phase campaign, they're 2 wins away from the silverware, and the Kangaroos winless last year. Would love to get a win here, and that would force a showdown with the Canadians tomorrow. Ready to go just a few seconds early, and it is the keeper for this game, Ian Rippengale, who's going to be opening up for Sussex. Sussex, of course, they already were at pains in the last game to remind me that they are the highest ranked English team at this tournament now, as the only English representative in the Champions Pool. Kangaroos, they had a funny old tournament. They've conceded a few, but they've also scored more. In fact, they were only in this Champions Pool because of a big 200 chase against Warwickshire in the crucial match in their group. And they cost themselves 2 overs with a slow run rate as well. This is a cracking shot first up. Well, that's a sign of a player in form. As Martin Sims, I know Rico was talking about him earlier, he strikes the ball very, very crisply, stepped forward and put that one well past the rope, and that didn't dribble to the rope at all. First boundary of the contest. Hello to everyone out there. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Obviously, if you're hearing me, you have navigated to the new stream. Last match of the day, of course. That was a very, very good shot. Wasn't really a bad ball either. Darren Christensen opening the bowling here for the Aussie Kangaroos. I've got to say, a lot of people mentioning the uniforms and the strips in this tournament. There are some really good ones, and 2 of the best out there, in my opinion. You got the mint choc ice cream of the Sussex team, and you've got the Indigenous-inspired Australian outfit. I heard them talking earlier in the tournament about the fact that they like to have a different colour every time. They're very earthy Aussie tones. Well, that's borderline for height, actually. Maybe dropping at the last moment, and it will get to the boundary despite the efforts. Randall McDonnell out there at deep square leg, and that ball just hung up a little bit too far. It's probably waist or just below waist at the time it reaches the crease, but Sims, he was ready to feast on it. And a big first over already. Sims, 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Gets a better one this time. He squeezes us out. He should get 2 here at least. Probably 1 on the arm here if they want to go for it, and they will. Double throwback. And Sussex, a team keen to prove a point, I think. Last time out, we saw them go down in the first match of the Champions Pool. Sussex scored 130 in a 27-over reduced match. Canada chasing it with over 10 overs to spare, but Sussex got a point to prove here. 3 followed up with a quick single, and that'll take us to the end of a very good first over for Sussex. Aussie Kangaroos maybe feeling the effects of hard living over the last 3.5 days in Malta. Sussex 13 without loss after 1. So Sussex still have the ability to be champions here. And you might say, well, how's that possible? They lost. That's true. But if they were to win here, and then the Aussie Kangaroos were to beat the Canada Masters tomorrow, then all teams would have 1 win and 1 loss, and it would come down to the net run rate. Now, one thing not in Sussex's favour was the margin of defeat in their first game of the pool. Let's see their net run rate well below 0. But if they want to turn the tables here and come up with a big win, then perhaps it is possible. Dare to dream. Really got nothing to lose here, and they're batting like it so far. Australia will want to answer back and answer back quickly. Ian Caldwell starts well. So, yeah, the Kangaroos. Jock O'Connor behind the stumps for them. Does well to deal with a bit of extra bounce. Of course, hello to all of our viewers in Australia. They'd be pretty late there. I'm sure there's some burning the midnight oil. Good understanding between these two as well. We've already seen them run a 3. This time they're happy with 1. So a quick turnaround, of course. Weather conditions here, it's a bit windy, a bit blustery, currently 13 degrees. 14 was the expected maximum. We have had patches of showers. So far, no interruptions. Because of the wind, it does seem that it comes and goes quite quickly, the weather. So sometimes you just have to tough it out at this ground. It's well bowled, but again, you can see the intent to score. Jock O'Connor wipes himself out, attempting an audacious bat flick. Hey, also, happy birthday to Kevin Alsterbrook. He turned 61 today. He just walked straight past me. Maybe we can get Kevin in. That's good timing, actually. Kevin, happy birthday once again. We mentioned it earlier, but you must be pretty excited. What a birthday present to be able to play your final game of the tournament.
Absolutely perfect. And against Australia as well, which would be lovely. It's been brilliant here. The tournament's been brilliantly well run. Great hospitality. Couldn't ask for anything better. So.
Do you feel the Ashes style vibes of this game? Representing England as the only side in the champions pool?
Very true, yeah, as we're the only team that's left in England here.
Oh, well, you might be one closer to coming in there because that's a big moment. Sims has nicked one behind and O'Connor's held on to the chance. So I'm sure that wasn't in the plans, but an early wicket falls.
It's cricket. It is what it is.
What number are you batting? Do you know?
Number 4.
Number 4. Okay, well, that means you're next in. Hopefully you're not in for a while for your sake. Hope you have a happy birthday and hope there's plenty of birthday runs out there for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Take care.
Yeah, and you as well. He's got such a great... I would have mistaken him for an Australian because of his laid-back attitude and his love of life. Unfortunately, Sims isn't loving it as he gets a little tickle on that one behind, and it's a big moment early. And Caldwell gets the big wicket of Sims, who started bang bang. 16 for 1, and Australia do win the second over, don't they, after they conceded 13 in the first, just 3 off that second over, and that big wicket of Sims. And as a keeper myself, I've got to say it was well held onto by Jock O'Connor, who kind of rode the bounce and cushioned it into his gloves. New batter coming out there is Colin Mansfield. He won't be facing because it was the end of the over, 16 for 1 after 2. And now the Aussies, I think it's the wicket they needed, to be honest, just to steady them a little bit. It's never easy coming into a tournament after quite an extended break. Speaking to Peter Varecchia earlier, he said, actually, it was kind of suited us because we were able to celebrate our victory. Obviously, had that big chase against Warwickshire last time out. And then they were able to kind of refocus and, very quick between the wickets is Rippengale, but the clean pick up and throw there might have been interesting. Yeah, the Kangaroos started their campaign on Wednesday afternoon last week. Put 202 on the board against the Essex Sea Axes, who scored 137 in response. And then, of course, that big game that really decided the Mark Lawson Group A. Warwickshire made 199 and the Aussies chased it down. And now we almost have some more indecision between the wickets. Pat Mansfield, that's his first ball, unable to score. As Well, we've been searching for some Australian-inspired commentators, and we might have one here with young Alex joining me in the commentary box. Rico's out just grabbing something to eat, but yeah, hello to you, Alex, and how are you today?
Good.
And of course, we've got the Australians versus the English team here, the Sussex team. How do you feel? Do you think Australia might win, or do you think England might win? What do you think?
Australia.
Okay, well, that was a very quick response. But let's just hope both teams play their best, put it that way. Now, we talked to you a few times during the tournament. That's another high full toss, and what we dropped, it was, again, borderline for height, wasn't it? It was dropping, maybe dropping to the waist. Probably the kind of ball that probably should have been put out of the ground, but in the end, I suppose it has to go down as a drop catch. End of the third over, 19 for 1. So, I got to say, firstly, sorry, because we were doing a bit of fielding practice. Oh, it was a no ball the ball before, so it wouldn't have been out, by the way, even though that last ball, the over, probably didn't deserve a wicket. At any rate, we were playing some fielding games, weren't we, in between games? And I threw one a bit short to you. So how are your trousers looking? You already cleaned it, have you?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't very pretty, was it?
Yeah.
But you love cricket, don't you? We've been playing a bit of cricket this week between you and me, and hopefully we get some more time to play before I have to head away. But we were talking about the fact that you said you love scoring 100. That's your favourite bit of batting. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How about I tell you my favourite when I was young is that I really wanted to hit a 6. Because it's not easy to hit a 6, is it, when you're growing up? Have you ever hit a 6?
No.
No, but the day will come when you hit a 6, and you'll feel like that's the day you become a man. When you can hit a 6 in a game, I still remember it. And normally you only raise your bat if you reach 50 or 100. But when I hit my 6, it was like, when a player scores 100 and they start jumping around and putting the bat in the air. But yeah, we've had a great week together, haven't we? And is it school holidays at the moment, or do you just get to come to the cricket because
School holidays.
Okay, thoughts. I thought maybe it was like an extended school excursion that you've got here at the cricket. I've got some questions for you then. So you're 8, so you're almost 9. That's right. What do you think it would feel like to be 60?
I don't know.
What do you think it would be? What do you think? There's any good things about being 60? Like, do you think when you're 60 that people tell you what to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think they do? It's possible. Yeah, some of the players are married, I suppose. Because when you're a kid, do you find that adults are always telling you what to do?
Yeah.
Like when to go to bed? Do you find that's a bit annoying?
Yeah.
So do you think that when you're grown up, just wait for this ball, which is driven firmly, again, well fielded, and they will get through for a run. Do you think that when you're an adult, or when you have kids of your own maybe, will you tell them what to do, or will you let them do whatever they want?
Let them do whatever they want.
Okay. Well, remember, that's on tape now. So your kids Monday might actually listen to this. And do you think that kids are generally good, or do you think that they're only good because their parents tell them what to do?
They're only good because their parents tell
Yeah,
them
so
what
you
to
think
do.
kids want to be a bit naughty sometimes. What are the kind of naughty things that you do that maybe, your parents don't know about?
Jump on the sofa.
Jump on the sofa. I used to love... You know what? I shouldn't say this, but I used to practice my fielding by diving into the sofa or the bed, but anything that bounces. So now you can say that Vinny said that you're allowed to jump on the sofa for maybe
Even me, I do it.
1 or 2 hours a day. And then I turned out to be quite good at fielding and wicket keeping, and so that's thanks to a few broken sofas in my house. Also, I used to love throwing the ball against the wall in my room and trying to hit it or trying to catch it. A few light bulbs actually bit the dust. And can I tell you the worst thing I ever did when I was a kid? And then my parents just kind of had to live with it because it wasn't that easy for them to reverse, is that my bedroom had white carpet. And I said, it's really annoying because I need a crease. So I drew a crease, like a line, a line where the batter stands, in black permanent marker. And then my mum was horrified. I was like, Oh, sorry. But then it stayed there. Well, this ball isn't staying here. That's really well hit off the back foot by Rippengale, as he will cash in 4 runs. And yeah, he's survived the opening partnership, and you can just see this intent from Sussex at the moment. And we know it's even worse than that. Then I wanted to start playing football, Australian football, where there's a centre circle. So I tipped a whole can of Fanta in the middle of my room, creating a perfect circle. And then that was still there. So eventually we sold that house. I don't know how. But anyway, I shouldn't be giving you these ideas. But yeah, I've got another question for you. So what countries would you like to visit to play cricket? Oh, firstly, I've got to mention this as Ian Rippengale hits it off the front foot this time. Again, cracking shot. And that races to the boundaries. These aren't small boundaries either. And he's finding them with ease at the moment. Well, is there anywhere you'd like to visit in the world? Maybe to play cricket or even for a holiday? What countries have you heard of?
Australia.
Have you been to Australia before?
No.
You haven't been before?
No.
Well, Australia is a great place to play cricket with so many cricket grounds. I mean, here in Marsa, in Malta, we kind of, there's only really, the one major cricket ground. In Australia, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of grounds to play at. England's also a place that has lots and lots of beautiful cricket grounds. And one of the great things about cricket when you grow up as well is you get so much food if you play cricket, because they give you a tea break where there's all kinds of different foods as well. But yeah, Australia's a nice place to visit. They're going to get 2 here, by the way. Mansfield coming out. It's found it a little bit tough to get going, and he gives a little bit of the argy-bargy there to Jock O'Connor. But of course, wearing the Australian football-inspired uniforms, Jock was not knocked over by that. Okay, so we've worked out you'd like to visit Australia. And I know you like most foods as well. What's your favourite food? I think we asked you this the other day, but what's your favourite food?
Pizza.
Pizza, that's right. Margarita pizza, am I right?
Yeah.
Good choice. Well, Alex, hopefully maybe today or tomorrow we'll be able to go and have another hit with the tennis ball, and we'll play a bit more cricket. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'm going to say goodbye for now. I know Rico's going to come back in a second. Give me a high five. Well done. Again, sensational to have you here, Alex, and we'll speak to you maybe a little bit later in the tournament, okay? Good
Bye.
on. Bye-bye, Alex. Once again joining us in the commentary box. Again, we've had all kinds of commentators, haven't we? The young and the old. It's great to have Alex here, and I know he's inspired by some of the cricket he's seeing, and obviously, yeah, just like all of us when we start, he just loves the fielding of bat on ball. He loves the sounds, the smells, the sights of cricket. And now we get to the end of the 5th over as Sussex, a bright start with the wicket of Sims, the only thing that's kind of gone against them so far. And they're going at 8 as it's 40 for 1 after 5 overs. Finny Sanu here, Mr. Maximo. And here's a man who probably was 8 once upon a time, and I can't picture it, but I'm sure he was. And now he's back here in the commentary box. Rico Full.
I was, and I probably can't remember too much about being at that age either. But anyway, I'm back, and I bought you a little surprise there as well.
That is delicious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What?
I won't tell you the secret ingredient.
I don't care, because that was delicious. Rico's brought me a hot chocolate. What have you done? I'm asking questions now.
Yeah, that is good. Anyway.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Great fielding, actually, by McDonnell at backward point. It almost creates something from nothing. They will get through for 1.
Uh-oh. Food is here. And, of course, it's here. And who's the first to the buffet? Raoul. What's on that plate? That's it. He hides it, He hides it these days now. Yeah. You know, I thought Rahul has this little contraption to stop the sun getting under his screen so he can protect his screen, but it's not. It's there so he can hide all the food. Yes, could be gone, will be gone.
Yeah, will be out. Well, overcommitment there from Mansfield, and Rippengale has been looking for these singles, but Mansfield just didn't get the memo, did he? He went 2-3 steps too far, and a very clean piece of fielding there, straight back to the bowler, and really Mansfield was sold down the river. He's stuck and he's gone out for 6, and it's 41 for 2.
score, the rate is good, but they've lost 2 good batters. Sims, we know how powerful he can be. Remember the other day we saw him Muller 74 not out of just 36 deliveries when they coasted to a victory against the Eagles. So he's gone. They've just now lost another batter. That's going to be the end of Mansfield. Mansfield has gone. Bless you, sir. Bless you. I think that probably is that our medic there who's sneezing like a good natty.
That's what's a bit worrying if he gets too close to any potential injury victims. By the way, short-changed in one run. He's actually run out for 7. But what I will say, though, is that even with the wickets falling, you can feel the urgency from the very beginning in this Sussex innings. You know, they're going to go out there, they're going to set a tempo, they're prepared to risk their wickets, whether it be through stroke making or through running between the wicket choices. But I'm excited because this is a big moment, isn't it? Kevin Alsabrook, who's celebrating his 61st birthday today, had him briefly on the commentary with me a moment ago. And look, I know this is tough as someone brought up in Australia to say this, but I hope he does well here. I hope he has a few birthday runs in him, Kevin. He's a really lovely guy with a great attitude, a great outlook on life, and he's coming to the crease here at number 4.
Yeah, we wish him well, and of course, once again, a very happy birthday to Alsabrook. And he is a good player, and he's a very strong man as well. You just get the feeling that if he gets his eye in and he starts timing and milling the ball, there could be a few runs here for him as well.
Dave's asking, hot chocolate with whiskey? Is that the secret ingredient that you've put in here? Because you better tell me now.
Look, come on, we're working, so I definitely couldn't admit to any alcohol being in there.
They probably could do that here, couldn't they? It's,
well, I did. I mean, on National Whiskey Day, which was about 4 or 5 days ago, that's how I ended the day. It was very cold. I did fancy a whiskey, and it did go in hot chocolate. Whiskey and hot chocolate is very nice.
People ask us about our voices, and you always swear by whiskey. Well, I think that's just an excuse. You think a bit of whiskey.
Whiskey is the water of life. There's no excuse. It's the water. Oh, well, what a trap. What a trap from Ian.
But, yeah, bit of a crossroads in this game. Here's the birthday boy. Kevin Alsabrook said he spent a month in America for his 60th a year ago.
Yeah.
He's very much in Malta right now. And he will want to get off the mark straight away. And hand-to-foot fielding from Andy Slevin there. But, again, they will get the one. And you can just sense with Sussex, this is very different to what we saw in the last game. They don't want dot balls in the first 10.
Yep.
They're not prepared to kind of sit there and over-respect good deliveries as he blocks back a good ball. But I think that's the exception rather than the rule there, and you can kind of see that so far. I think you're better off losing 2 or 3 wickets but going at 8 or 9 and over in the first 10 than being wicketless and only going at 3 or 4.
Yeah, and Ian Rippengirl probably with those 2 wickets gone would probably feel that he's got a big part to play to try and get them a good, healthy start and a good partnership going here now. He's probably going to be, if anything, I mean, he will put the bad ball away, don't get me wrong, but if anything, he'll be a bit more of the plotter, where I think the other batters will kind of work around him. End of the over, the 6 overs gone now, and it's 43 for 2.
With that second wicket, run rate dropping a little bit, and that was a good over from Caldwell there. Again, just trying to force that run rate down. Restricting the scoring brings wickets generally, and bringing wickets restricts the scoring. There's a symbiotic relationship there. It's key moment, I think. They've won the first 6, even I think with those 2 wickets, Sussex. But the question will be, can they form a partnership and keep the wickets in hand while going at a good rate? We'll find out pretty shortly. Yeah, I mentioned earlier the Australian uniforms. I was fascinated to hear about them. Obviously, the Indigenous-inspired art on their shirts, and even the colours. They're very Indigenous, Aboriginal, Australian colour scheme that they've gone for. And for me, a nice little touch. It's the number font is the Australian football number font. So it's not something you'd often see on a cricket jersey. Australian football is one of the few games where they don't have the players' names on their shirts. They still just have the traditional numbers. And I think it's a nice little bit of traditionalism, if you like, as we have a new over getting underway. And Randall McDonnell is up. And good work on the boundary. They're going to go for 2 here. Well, a good throw here might have been interesting. It's still interesting. But he just beats it out, I think, in the end. Again, Sussex prepared to gamble. The birthday boy scampers home.
Yeah, that was pretty close. I mean, Good bit of fielding. It was a wonderful one-hand pickup on the boundary. Knew that he had to throw that in to John Murphy. And Murphy, we know, he's a star in the field. And he's a guy who's out there to give it his all and get his team the victory, Murphy. And it does really well. Captain in the side as well. Gets a good strong throw in there to the keeper. And Jock O'Connor was quick, but not quick enough.
How many can Kevin get on his birthday? He'd love to shoot his age. You know when they talk about in golf, trying to shoot your age?
Uh-huh.
I think he'd be happy to shoot his age here. 61. He'd be very, very happy. Tell you what, he looks good for 61 though, doesn't he?
He looks very good for 61. And I have to say, no, he's not the only one. These guys, and I've said a few times, I mean, you were touching on the fact that on 58, as this one gets played through once again to that fielder, I don't think they're going to try the umps again. I say sometimes, I'm thinking in 5 years' time, I'll be happy to be able to just walk around and go up and down steps. But look at these guys; it really is quite amazing. I mean, you got to look after yourself, and you've got to do the right things, and then be able to play this. And let's face it, it's been a much better level than I expected.
Well, it feels like a Champions Pool game, this one, doesn't it? With a bit on the line, two teams trying to keep their trophy hopes alive here. But also, they say your health is a lagging result of your choices. So it's you make some. I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. You make some subpar choices. You don't notice it straight away, but over time you do. I think there's a lot of guys in really good nick here. Rippengale started very, very well. He's hitting the ball correctly and timing the ball very well as well. It doesn't beat the field at that time. McDonnell's an interesting character, isn't he? He's a bit of a jack of all trades. Can do a job behind the stumps. Here he is with the ball. He's featured prominently as well. Again, well-directed delivery, but again, you see the difference here. Both batters expecting to run, not waiting for the single to be served on a silver platter, and that's one of the reasons, along with some of the more power hitting that's gotten Sussex this far in just 7 overs. Right now, the score 47 for 2.
Yeah, interesting. They make a pretty quick bowling change there, don't they? I think they're probably deciding that they want to try out some of the other bowlers early. I quite like that because it is sometimes tempting to just keep the same bowlers or maybe 5 or bowl them all out. So whether you go with Darren or Ian Caldwell to do that. Caldwell looks like he probably is going to continue, but I think they saw that Darren Christensen, 33 of his 3 overs, so he was going at 11. They thought, right, let's rest him. And they go, a good guy to go to, really, Randall McDonald, who bowls a nice, tidy over and takes the score to 47 at the end of the 7 overs.
By the way, I know earlier in the day we dropped the news that I was retiring essentially immediately.
Yeah.
I feel a bit bad now. But anyway, this one won't leave the infield. It will be a single. We'll hit once again by Rippengale. Paolo, he sent me a bunch of broken heart and crying emojis. I think he got hook, line and sinker. Paolo over there in Portugal. He's saying, so you're not coming? And he actually just sent me a message.
What did he send you?
His first message, he said, big news with broken heart emoji. And I was just like, what's up? I said, and then I quickly remembered. I was like, oh yeah, the end of my career. R.I.P. But anyway, no, I mean, look, I suppose our natural rhythms have changed. What became our natural rhythms over the last few years, commentating full time, kind of every week of the year. Now it's now and then, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to still do what we love. So I hope I've got a lot of commentary left in me, and same goes for you, Rico.
Yeah, well, we hope so. Well, as long as the voice, it's two things really: the voice and the eyes, right? I mean, if the eyes start to go, you're in trouble.
Nice looking shot. Yeah. McDonnell, though, is solid. And it does very well. Again, some of these Aussies, and you grow up throwing boomerangs like we do, the throwing arm stays with you. That was a bullet from Randall back to the centre.
Randall, you'll see him covering a lot of the ground. He'll be sweeping or whatever. Yeah, I mean, let's just say Bowler. It's not just Bowler, a lot of people. I think we had Frankie this morning as well, actually. But remember the date, everybody, and it is April the 1st. April the 1st, and we've got Rahul this morning as well. Poor Rahul. I think we almost gave him a heart attack. Rahul is, well, Adrian I reckon, I hope Adrian's had his lunch, because Rahul is probably making him pretty hungry as he shovels it down, doesn't he, Rahul? No stopping him.
Well, he wants 3 here. He's not going to be lapped. Bowler's ends on. Birthday boy's in trouble. Oh, and he's gone. He's gone multiple ways. Well, Rippingale, he thought it was the individual pursuit in the cycling at the Summer Olympics. I understand him kind of forcing it too, but the third was a classic gun to your head moment, and the presence firing in reverse. I think that he knocked the bails off cleanly, but just in case he rips the stump out of the ground. And that's birthday boy heartbreak here, attempting a third run against his will. And there are times you might push it too far. That was one of them. A bonus for the Kangaroos, who are hopping mad. It's 56 for 3.
How could you? How could you? What's going on, as Marvin Gaye would say? What is going on? It's his birthday. You can't do this to him on his birthday.
That they basically, after 2 runs, they were both at the same end. But not because of a mix-up, just because Rippingale was so much quicker. And, oh, well, that might cost Ian a few in the bar tonight. Have a look at this. He basically is trying to chase him down, and I suppose he knew what he had to do there. He knocked off 1 bail, and there was still 1 on the stumps. So maybe he wasn't sure of that, but it was clean. And
oh,
it was,
boy.
He had the presence of mind to take the stump out of the ground anyway, even though he probably didn't have to. But, you got to feel... This might be one time that we're not going to interview Kevin straight away, because he must have the steam coming out of his ears.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. How could you? How could you? Well, Ian Rippingale has... I know that the Aussies like a good barbecue, but I tell you what, kangaroo steak has been thrown on the barbecue in the forms. The Kangaroos have thrown Ossobrook on the barbecue. Well, it's Ian Rippingale's fault about it, but they're enjoying it.
Reminds me of the Home Alone movie. Kevin! I think that's pretty much what Rippingale was saying, but maybe he thought he was going to the danger end, but he was unbeknownst to the hidden danger of the fact that Ossobrook was running at half the speed that he was. And to the Aussies, like I said, another example of good team fielding. They knew what they had to do, and they did it. New batter comes out there now, and it's Terry Beeks. But the 3rd wicket falling in the first 8 overs. It's an unnecessary. File it under you for unnecessary, Rico. At the end of the over, it's 54 for 3.
Yeah, it is very unnecessary. You're absolutely right. And that's a bit of a swing and a miss there as well. So, Beeks has come in.
I know Peter Siddle took a hat-trick on his birthday. Alsabrook's birthday is the extreme opposite of that. He's been run out on his birthday.
And he started well, though. That's the thing. He played the ball well. He looked good. Oh, there wasn't any need for that, was it? Now Beeks is struggling a little here.
Do you know the thing is that Kevin's got such a great sunny disposition, and I'm just so happy to be here. And of course, life's great. What could be better? That would be the ultimate test of his positive outlook on life, when he's basically been barbecued by his partner. But anyway, it actually reminds me. Oh, a little nick there. And this, again, could be a potential 3. Interesting now that Rippingale's got a bit of a different attitude with the running between the wickets, and he's just taken it down a notch. But a couple of weeks ago we were in Grenada, and we had Adhikari, who we were calling Kamikaze Adhikari, ran out 4 of his partners in one 10-over innings, reached his 50. There wasn't a tremendous amount of applause from the dressing room, and I wonder if Rippingale's the new Kamikaze, although he has tamped it down a bit with that effort.
The thing about it was he was running past him kind of in the crease, wasn't he, at that end? There's no way that he could get there and get back. Also, Brooke did try, but that will hurt them. A little bit short, and then into the gloves of O'Connor.
Hey, I know that we had an imposter earlier that was saying he was Henry Blofeld. Very convincing as well, I heard. But I do believe that the real Blowers has arrived at the ground.
He has.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe you'd like to come in for a little bit of a cameo at some stage. What's the lunch situation? Have you had your lunch?
No lunch.
No? No, that was our lunch.
Liquid lunch.
Okay.
End of the over.
Why
I
isn't it
believe.
World Whiskey Day anymore? End of the over. It's 56 for 3 after 9. Pretty interesting game. Got a bit of bite to it, this game, doesn't it? Both ways. I mean, you've got two teams willing to attack. They are the two teams that top their pool. Sussex, albeit on net run rate, but they still picked up a significant win there in the group stage. Kangaroos, of course, undefeated in this Malta Seniors Cricket Festival 2026.
What I'm liking here, and I think you've touched on it, is that Sussex, they don't want to fall behind the rate. So, okay, there's been some crazy... There's been 2 run-outs, hasn't there? It's been a bit crazy. But they want to keep that scoreboard ticking. And I think what they're saying to themselves is, look, we have got batters. I mean, you've still got the likes of Wyatt to come out there. We know that he's very useful. They've still got the likes of Roger Smith. They've got the captain to come. So I think they've decided, look, if we want to win this match, we've got to push. We don't want to make the same mistakes maybe that Norfolk and Suffolk made and just feel that because we didn't push hard enough, we're going to fall a little short and fall a bit behind the score that we set. That's nicely played, well fielded again. And look at the way the energy. I mean, there again, you look at the way and where John Murphy ran all the way to get to that ball to stop the batters taking 2 runs. So they're really, the Kangaroos, they're fired up for this. There's no doubt about it. I've mentioned there John Murphy, and I want to talk about another John Murphy. Maybe in a minute, as that is going to be no run. Yeah, John Murphy. Don't forget how good he was in that run chase that broke the hearts of the Warwickshire supporters. And when he got out there, Murphy, 46 of 29. Jock O'Connor also got going after a slow start. And then the man that we had in here, Peter Vachia, scored 26 quick runs of just 11 deliveries. It was almost like, I think if Vinny was here, we both probably would have said it was kind of like the impossible run chase. It was quite incredible. And it's something that I think we talked about for a long time. Ian Caldwell, bowling well. He's that sort of bowler. He's a bit like someone like Hitchcock, who we've talked about. He will get it on the spot all the time. He doesn't give you anything. You're waiting for that loose delivery. But you can see here again, he's there or thereabout. He's bowling to his field. And the batters just cannot get him away. And that's another very good, tidy over. Just the 1 run from it. 57 for 3 after 10. So, third of the innings have now been completed.
Yeah, and look, the 2, I suppose, unnecessary run-outs that were very avoidable. I mean, it's one thing to be aggressive, it's another thing to be over-aggressive. I suppose both run-outs were a result of miscommunications between the batters, so they weren't on the same page. That's been the difference, I think. Even this, 57, that's basically 171 pace. I think if you offered the Australians 171 to chase, they feel pretty confident doing that, especially after the 200 chase the other day. So Rahul comes back for seconds.
I've never seen him run so fast. He's got his second plate now of pasta. Rahul has a stable diet of pasta and cake.
Rippingale rocks onto the back foot here, and that'll beat the fielder. I mean, it's a genuine cricket shot, isn't it, there? Just a fraction short, maybe, from McDonnell, and well put away.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Rippingale is a classy stroke player. That's the way to describe him. He'll play. You won't see him hoiking across the line. He'll sweep, he'll drive, and he'll get superb shots through the offside. And that one was timed so well. The field on the boundary that up until then has not been beaten. Hardly has any time to react to it. That one's just a gentle push. And no run on this occasion. So Randall to McDonald. Randall is another guy got a lot of time for. He's very multi-talented as well. Here he comes again. Just, yes, good early call. Got enough in it this time to get it past the short mid wicket.
Yeah, I will say, running between the wickets, obviously your leg speed is one issue, but, you can really help yourself out by backing up correctly. A lot of these players do that, obviously, which they taught the foundations of the game, having your bat in the correct hand, the inside hand. So, you've got a right arm over bowler here, so that even if you are right-handed naturally, if you're non-striking and the bowler's to your left, you should have your bat in your left hand so you can kind of face him.
Yeah.
And then also, once the ball's released, you should kind of legally and morally steal those 2 or 3 meters, and then you can kind of come to a stop, and suddenly you've shortened the pitch. Now, obviously, you don't want to go before the ball's delivered. That's not the spirit of the game, and it's also a way that you can risk getting out. But you can see he does it very well here. If you wind that back
Good
and have
shot.
a look, mate, mind you might not have to run for this, the way things are going, although nice bit of work down there from Christensen will make the stop. But if you look at, I know it's a bit boring sometimes to watch the non-striker, but you look at Rippengale here, he backs up in I'd call a textbook fashion. He's got the bat in the correct hand. When the ball is released, he'll go 2 or 3 yards down the pitch and he'll prop.
Yeah.
That just means he's already shortened the distance. And he's ready to go. And, of course, he's not overcommitting. That one was an example where he got the no call from the strike. He's able to turn around. So these are the little things that probably more important when you lose a bit of leg speed, that you give yourself the best chance by doing the fundamentals right.
Yeah, I'm loving the way I'm watching the Australian Kangaroos, Vinny, here in the field. And I just love the way they're interacting with each other, supporting each other. Just saw that John Murphy was giving some signals to the fielder at point. And it was just little signals, and I think that was to Peter Vachia. Now, whether he was telling him, warm up, you're bowling the next one. But they've got a kind of a vibe about them. They've got a bit of a vibe. They've got that extra spring in their step. And they've come up, and I'm pretty sure that they're hungry for this. They're hungry for this win here today.
Sure, right. They've had nothing else on their mind for the last 3.5 days, perhaps except for painting the island red. But, they've had time to have a bit of fun, but they've also had enough time, I think, to refocus in the last day or two and think, all right, boys, no one fancied us too much, especially after last year where we weren't able to get the results we wanted, but we are 2 wins away from being the champion team. And, especially in a 9-team festival, it's a big effort if they're able to do it. And also to do that, if they were to win both, they'd remain the only undefeated team in the tournament.
We had a very good talk with Derek Braidner, who's, of course, we've seen Derek on the field as well, but he's more their team manager, but will play if need be. He was telling me so much about up-and-coming stuff for he likes to call it the veterans cricket happening there in Australia. He was talking about tours going to all sorts of places, England being one of those places, talking about playing in some incredible venues like at Windsor, at Balmoral, and
Grey Ashes is huge as well.
So look out for that. I know that Yanka, of course, the man who's been working so hard, doing a lot of good work behind the scenes, will be posting something on that today. I think he got some nice team shots of the Kangaroos also warming up. But it's a lovely story and a very interesting one as well.
Yeah, it's such a booming sector, isn't it? I suppose I said this earlier in the week. Probably last month has caused a few travel complications for global jet setters, but in the whole, it's never been a better time to travel. A lot of competition between airlines as well, so keeping prices under control, and so I suppose there's such a big demand for veterans tournaments that has developed over the years, and I just think it's a wonderful way to stay in the game. It gets a bit difficult perhaps with life, playing every weekend. I know especially in Australia, for example, family commitments and work commitments can sometimes get in the way and maybe take people out of playing regular cricket at a certain stage of their life. But the fact that there are these overage tournaments now, I think most people would be willing to commit a week or 2 weeks to pull on the shirt and strap on the pads and go. And I think you can tell the players have had a wonderful time here. That'll be the end of the over, so 12 overs down and Sussex 67 for 3. And for the first time, really, the rates dipped under a run of ball. So that's mostly to do with, I'd say, the bowling, but in particular the fielding of the Australians to execute those 2 run-outs. Okay,
Yeah.
there were opportunities presented, maybe gifted to them, but they still had to execute. They have, and I think that's the main reason they've been able to keep the scoring under control.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just going back to that, the veterans and touring, one thing that's very noticeable, and that I think Derek was very keen to touch on, was that it's about the not just the wives joining them, but also the whole families travelling together. So it's very much, they're very much got a big touring group that has travelled. So it's not just playing the cricket, but it is a proper tour that they really do enjoy. And I'm looking forward to seeing them certainly back here again. I mean, he was even talking about perhaps a couple of teams coming at one time. That's well fielded.
Well fielded, yeah. Like, he was helped out by the slightly spongy outfield there that it held up, and he was able to knock it down. But the other thing is Rippengale is into his last kind of 15 balls now, so
Yeah.
I think he's already been pretty aggressive. I think now's the time we'll see him really making an effort to move things along, go for a break. Couldn't see that in that shot there. It's just a bit unlucky that it bounced in a friendly fashion for the fielder. Meanwhile, we're also seeing some good work from Terry Beeks, and he works this one off the back foot. They brought the field in, maybe trying to keep Rippengale off strike, but Terry says, hey, hold on a second. I am certainly able to find the boundary as well, and he does. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot. बहुत सोना shot मारी है. बॉल तो पहला ना अपने कैंगरू ने अपनी फील्ड चेंज की थी. जरा स्वीपर से ऑफ साइड थे उन्होंने अंदर ले आए. And Beeks, he saw that field change. They've gone back to that sweeper out there again now, and he plays a lovely shot. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, and that does show that this outfield, if you time the ball well, especially on that part of the field, you will get your boundary. This time doesn't let him drive. It's a shorter delivery, which will be negotiated well again there by Beeks as he takes a single.
Yeah, so I'm very curious to see Rippengale's approach, and when he flicks the switch, will he wait for kind of 10 balls to go, or is he willing to take it up a notch? I think he's found a great balance between with his stroke play, between being aggressive but not crazy. Strides forward, finds the fielder, but even with the misfield, they won't be able to get the run. But there are, we know this from all the cricket we've done, there are gears between defensive and crazy aggression. There's these gears in between.
Yeah.
And I think that's something we kind of didn't see from Norfolk and Suffolk in the last game. Rippengale's done it pretty well here. There's a slow one. Clever bowling, really.
Yeah.
Wanted to lurch onto the front foot. And, Randall's dug deep into the bag of tricks there to restrict Ian.
Yeah, and well bowled. You hear a lot of that. If you're wondering who's the man and whose voice that is, that's Ian Caldwell. Well bowled, he says, and it was well bowled. It was clever. Well, will this one be Fuller? And it's going to get a little bit of something and go through.
It's really weird, but in a way, it's like bowling at the death of the innings, but you're like bowling at the death of Ian's innings.
Yeah.
So any dot ball or any time you can kind of just avoid damage, you kind of feel like it's a good result. So even if you don't get him out here, you'd love to restrict him to kind of 30-something off the 50 balls, and then at least you are going to get to bowl to a new batter because he'll have to retire after 50. Right now, it's 13 overs down, and Sussex 74 for 3.
Yeah, it's you're absolutely right. The way they bought this well and brought their back in. Remember, they were 40 for 1 after 5 overs, so it was a good start. But then that one wicket, of course, the wicket of Sims was a big one. Sims, we know, can change the way an innings goes with his explosive style. So they got him back. And then, of course, after that was those 2 run-outs. So they've kind of slowed things down. But look, there's still a long way to go in this match. And I'm pretty sure that here the Sussex team will be hoping get to the drinks, a couple more overs, get to the drinks, maybe have that 80 to 90 score on the board, and then use the second part of the innings to really go after the bowling, because you still got those, and hopefully they'll have those 7 wickets in hand. So I think we're in for an interesting target being posted here. So the Kangaroos will get one well tested again. Short ball banged in. Fielders gonna get there. It was a short one. Start off with, wants to take a 2, and on this occasion, Ian Rippengold says no stake there. So this is Peter. And Peter Vachia, every time he's played, either with bat or with ball, he has actually made some impact. Hey, Raul, what you doing?
Of course,
What are you doing? What's up?
he was great, wasn't he, in the commentary box earlier? But now we'll see if he can make a difference on
Don't change anything now. Leave it.
on the field. Yeah, Peter had a really interesting story, didn't he, about being born in Glasgow, then spending a fair bit of his youth in Australia, now settling in Tuscany. Hey, this is one for Kenneth, who's here. To diverge, I should say, for a second, but I will also divulge. I mentioned earlier when Peter was on, I'm playing for the Prague Dragons in basically the Champions League of Australian football in a month, and I just got the fixtures, and we got a big clash with Edinburgh as one of my 3 games, a bit of a grudge match. We're also playing. Where are these places? Leeside. Where's Leeside?
Leeside.
To the internet. We're going. Leeside is from Ireland. I think.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
So you got Scotland in there.
They'll
you
be
got
tough.
Ireland in there.
They'll be tough. And the other one, again, I've never heard. I consider myself well travelled, but I'm struggling with some of these names. I'll wait for this ball from Varecchia. Beautifully
Played
hit
well.
through the offside. That will run away for 4. Alex is going to have to do the fielding, and he tries the foot fielding. Somebody set a bad example as Alex tries the foot fielder, but what a fantastic bit of timing. Beeks just stepping up to the plate when his team needs him for more.
Well, Beeks, he's played 2 glorious shots. Both of them have been through the offside. We saw him play one through the covers. This one is beautifully cut in between the 2 fielders, and that is raced to the boundary. Perfect timing. He gets a good stride into the shot, gets the weight and the balance behind it, and gets 4 runs. And nobody could stop that, even Alex, as we get to the end of the over. And that's now 14 completed, and 81 for 3.
Okay, and my other opponent, we play 3 games. So we play Leeside from Ireland, I believe, Edinburgh, and then we play Norrtälje from Sweden. They must have to play in the snow in Sweden. Where's that?
But maybe not now. You'll be all right.
It's a part of Stockholm. Okay. That'll be fun.
So where are all these matches
These
being
are
played?
all. It's one day of Australian football in Lyon.
Ah.
In Lyon, in how many weeks is it now? Probably 3 weeks. And let's just say I had a pretty strong fitness regime planned that I have not followed.
Well, after you finish in Portugal in a couple of days' time,
You know,
you're going to have to really
They say
get
you.
yourself sorted.
They say you miss 100% of the gym sessions you don't take, and right now I'm at 100%. I'm just hoping I can wing it. I kicked a goal in my first game, so I think I got a bit overconfident and said, away with all that fitness. I also, at the times I was required to run, wasn't willing to do it. Anyway, here we go. Let's continue with the game. We're into over number 15. Rippingale, ball count on him. He's faced 41, make that 42 now.
Yeah, I love the way that John Murphy is like, you know what he's trying to do? He's just trying to say, oh, look, I'm not very quick. I've stopped it with my foot. You can take 2 if you want. And then he's just waiting for them to take the bait and get the throw in.
We call that foxing.
Yeah,
foxing in the first degree.
I think they know that if number 7 is anywhere near the ball, forget it.
I played with one of the great foxes of all time. His name was Tom Muscata, played a lot of first-grade cricket, and he was a brilliant fielder, but he knew the exact pace to chase a ball that he wasn't gaining on it. And then as soon as he heard that call for the second run, he would whip it back in over the bails and cause so many run-outs. He was a real clever fox.
Rip and go. Got 8 more deliveries. Let's see what and how he can capitalise on them.
He'd want a 50. 15 off 8 for the 50. Just timing there, but they seem to have hit a lot of balls straight to fielders, haven't they? Through one way or another.
That was timed really well. He timed it, placed it, and he's probably thinking, well, that's a dot. I'm not going to score anything off that one. And the thing was, he timed it too well. Randall McDonald with the ball, and that's hit one nicely. Shot. And will the fielder get there? No, you won't, you know. Beautiful drive through extra cover. And the fielder, again, didn't have a lot of ground to cover to get there. But have a look at this. This is exquisite timing. And I know that Blowers is at the ground. We'll probably see if we can get him in here at after the drinks interval. But that is the kind of shot that he would appreciate. And I can hear him saying it now. Jolly good shot, old chap. That was a good shot. Now he cuts this one, but we'll find the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about McDonnell with what he's bowling is he's not bowling too many bad balls, but I think that with Rippengale, he's just so well balanced, isn't he? With what he's doing, whether it's off the front foot or the back foot, he's very correct the way he plays, and he's able to use that strong top hand to keep the ball on the ground, but with power.
Yeah,
I think, and conversely, off the back foot, he's very good at picking up the length early, and then he uses probably more of the bottom hand, but just, really, really good technique. And I suppose now, with the pace of bowling at this age level, not quite at what it might have been, he sees it so early, and he's so well prepared to play the right shot.
I think also both these batters have kind of been helped by the pace on the ball, and they've been timing it pretty well. So it is time to take some drinks.
Rico, it's the drinks break. So 89 for 3, you double that 178, about a par total. And we're having a bit of a competition because I know we both really want to commentate with Blowers. And Rico, I'm sure that it's he would have loved to have done it, but I've pulled rank and I've said, no, Rico, you got him first. I want to make sure that I get my time with one of the greats. So expect Henry Blofeld to be coming in momentarily in 10 or 11 minutes when he's able to make the step into the commentary box. But yeah, let's have your photos, or your questions, I should say, and let's hear what you want to ask Blowers. And I certainly know that the Australians would appreciate having Henry on the commentary. Of course, we've commentated so many Australian games, but yeah, nothing quite like doing it here. Quick hello then to Dave. Good to see you, and I know Dave really enjoyed having Henry in the commentary box. Rico, I believe there's some kind of red carpet being rolled out right now for Henry to make his way into the box. And Henry displaying the kind of footwork that was a feature of his batting when he almost did play for England. He was telling us the other day that they were very scared of letting him play for the England team because once he got his spot, he probably wasn't going to give it back. It's an absolute pleasure.
I'll grab a chair in between.
Rico, Rico can be a bit of a diva, and it's interesting. It takes someone like a Henry Blofeld to come in and take Rico's chair without Rico having too many complaints about it. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for Cricket Legends TV, and another legend of the game joining me in the commentary box, none other than Blowers, Henry Blofeld. Henry, welcome back to the hub.
My dear thing, it's rather nice. It's the third time I've arrived, and it's the third time I've produced the sun.
Yes,
but it actually has just gone behind the cloud, but it was shining a moment ago. It's lovely to be here, gosh. And they've been batting these two quite well, haven't they, in the last bit since I got here.
They've been quite fearless, is what I would say so far in this innings. Even it has cost them a couple of wickets, but I think sometimes the batters haven't necessarily been that willing to take risks early. Sussex really taking it up to the Aussies, the Aussie invaders.
Bazball time. Do you think they're trying to teach them a lesson? I think we've got to be careful. I love the Australians, but we mustn't let them win too much.
Yeah, I think it's fair. That over time, I suppose each of the nations has had their time, haven't they? I was quite fortunate that my first series I watched was the '89 Ashes, which was the start of a period of domination. So it was a real shock to my system when England actually won in 2005.
Well, yes, indeed. What a series that was, wasn't it? I always think that 2005 series actually showed what a great captain Michael Vaughan was, because there were 4 games in that series that were really went down to the wire jolly nearly. And we had Ed Law. You better, I wasn't getting your way.
Not at all. not at all.
Well, we had 4 great games. Edgbaston, first of all, then Old Trafford, then Trent Bridge, and finally the Oval. And when you keep the side together in tough circumstances like that, I think it says a very great deal. And personally, I would put Vaughan in the same sort of bracket as Illingworth and Brearley.
That's a fantastic analysis, and it's hard to argue with as well. Blowers, 4 runs off the previous delivery and 4 more. Young Alex is going to get some more fielding down there. This time he does well.
Yes,
And
he let one through here,
he
didn't
did.
he? I
Well,
know.
there's been a bit too much foot fielding, Henry. It's just not cricket, to use one of your expressions. And I think that it's rubbing off on the youngster who went with the foot. That time he goes with the hands and he does the job well.
It's only when you reach my age you're allowed to use your feet.
You can use your stick,
well,
can't you?
You get it when you get to my age. You're in the 6th age of a cricketer, and in the 6th age of a cricketer, you can only field with your feet.
Well, this time isn't fielded with anything because it's fielded by the bottom of the stumps. So what
does,
action that you have brought, because since you've come into the commentary box, it's gone 4 out, as that will be a wicket for Verrecchia, who was actually sitting in your very seat just around an hour ago, but he has a wicket to his name, and that will be the 4th to fall for Sussex. It's 97 for 4. Henry, tell us about what you've been up to in Malta since your last time in the chair.
Well, what have I been doing? I seem to have been eating an awful lot, and we went to Burgie last night, and we had a marvellous dinner, and I must tell you a wonderful story. Was talking about to someone, I mentioned the word cricket, and a little Indian waiter came up and said, "Did you say cricket?" And he came from near Hyderabad in Gujarat, and he's called Hadik, and he was a waiter there. He'd never asked for an autograph before in his life. He didn't know who I was. But between 10 minutes later, he asked me for my autograph. I signed a thing saying, "With all best wishes, Henry Blofeld." I didn't write my Darrow thing, which I normally do, because I didn't think it would mean anything. And he went straight out, looked at it, looked up Google, came back with a little poem he'd written about me, and in the first line, I think, was my Darrow thing. It was 18. And you know, it was one of the sweetest things, and it really showed me what an incredible game cricket is. No other game could produce something quite like that. And we took lots of photographs, and it was terrific. And he was absolutely over the moon, and it was lovely. Now, back with the cricket, a new batsman.
Well, good keeping down the leg side off the leg side wide. That was lightning work behind the stumps by O'Connor.
Isn't it good to see really good keeping? I think wicketkeepers, I talk as a member of the Wicketkeepers Union myself. I never think wicketkeepers get quite the credit they deserve at times. I mean, it's lovely to see a chap taking one down the leg side like that.
It's also my position. I'm a member of the fraternity, maybe for not as long as you've been in the club, but I think wicket-keeping is one of those things that you only notice when a civilian, let's say, gets put in the position, how skillful a position it is and how specialised of a position it is. It doesn't happen so much now that you can have substitute keepers for an injury, but you know many occasions when the wicket keepers become injured or ill and a fielder has to go there. They might be a brilliant fielder, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to do the wicket-keeping job well.
It's a good shot, isn't it, through the covers. We've seen 1 or 2 lovely cover drives today, and they're hitting them so easily. I mean, that was he didn't hit the ball at all. He stroked it. It was tight, product of timing. Lovely shot.
It's been a feature of the Sussex innings so far. They've batted technically very well. They've been very well balanced when they've played their shots. Rippingale, who's in the hat, has 5 balls left before he'll be forced to retire. He's 40 or 45. He's been joined now by Alan Wyatt. But I've got to say, Beeks, he did fall just moments ago, but he also batted very, very well, finishing with 2 fours, got a very good ovation when he walked off the field. But yeah, I mean, what got you into wicket-keeping? Some people choose it. Some people, the responsibility is thrust upon due to a lack of options maybe when they're younger. Did you choose to be a wicket-keeper?
Well, my Darrow thing, yes, I did. At my prep school at Sunningdale, I played in the first 11 at the age of 9, and I bowled leg breaks. And the following year, I hurt myself and I couldn't bowl. Something was wrong with my shoulder. And I was then had to watch agonizingly for about 3 weeks while I played. And I suddenly put on a pair of wicket-keeping gloves and said, "Come on, throw a chuck the ball." And I just took to it. And there was a chap in the first 11 who'd got his colours. This was the next year in 1950, and in fact I replaced him before the end of the season, and I never left the job.
You never looked back.
No, it was wonderful.
I remember it was a bit of a controversial thing. I mean, everyone's got a different story of where they grew up. I mean, my situation was that we had quite an overzealous, let's say, coach, the father of one of the youngsters in my club team, and he had destined his son to be the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
I don't so much think that he enjoyed it. My good friend Sam, as this is off the pad and surely a leg by, scampered through. Especially, he's the reason now that wicketkeepers have to wear helmets in junior cricket in Australia, because unfortunately he wore one, and that in the mouth region 2 or 3 games in, which gave me my first taste of the job, and I thought, yeah, I quite like this. But I was also a little bit concerned that there's only one wicketkeeper in the team. So if I wanted to play for Australia, which I did, it seemed like quite stiff competition, because often when one keeper gets the job, they keep the job for quite a long time. So I was a bit hesitant to take it on for that reason.
Yes. Who do you reckon was the best keeper you ever saw?
I'm a huge Jack Russell fan. I know a lot of people would answer that. I loved his autobiography, which was called Jack Russell Unleashed. It's a magnificent read. In fact, there's some pretty good books around this area as well, Blowers. I don't know if you realised, but there's some very good reading material around here. We are looking at Henry Blofeld, Sharing My Love of Cricket, looking smashing on the back cover as well.
But no, hang on, I know Jack Russell quite well.
How about you?
He's
I'm
good
interested.
friend. No, I think Alan Knott was in a different class. I think Alan Knott was the best wicketkeeper there's ever been, personally. And funnily enough, an Australian who would agree with me, and that is Ian Chappell.
Yeah.
We were talking about this not long ago, and although he was a great supporter, obviously, of Rod Marsh, he said, really, all things considered, when you thought about Notty standing close to Derek Underwood, particularly on a drying pitch.
I think Marsh probably didn't have to face the kind of challenges that someone like a Knott had to face. And I think... I mean, Knott's a little bit before my time, but I've seen plenty of footage. I went to school. My headmaster was actually John Inverarity, who toured...
Oh, Invers. I know Invers very well.
Who had a long career with Western Australia and South Australia. Toured with the Australians in 1972.
In fraternity.
Yeah, in fraternity.
He batted a bit slowly. I love Invers. And Jane, his wife, too. That's absolutely delightful. And, of course, they taught, didn't he? Came over and taught at Winchester College for a time. And I really got to know him very well when he was there doing that.
He's a wonderful gentleman. He was a big inspiration on me. I mean, he talked a lot about that 72 tour and deadly Derek Underwood and the kind of havoc that he was able to produce on pitches that, typically, it's a shy at the stumps and they'll get through for 2. They think a 3 will be hard to do because they'll have to run 80 yards back. But a good piece of work there. And a lot of people, of course, in the modern day, you've got players like Sarah Taylor, who I think was brilliant with the gloves for England as well. But I suppose I am quite curious to know what some of the keepers, for example, in the 1800s might have been like on uncovered pitches, keeping up to almost everyone. But I'll just say one more thing, talking about challenges. So Adam Gilchrist, he always gets talked about as, obviously as a game changer, but he was one keeper that got better at rising to the challenge of keeping to someone like Shane Warne. And to do that it was no easy task at all, and filling the gloves, so to speak, of Ian Healy as well.
Yes, indeed.
And I think that's not talked about enough.
Do you remember that?
Warney. Yeah, we tend to do those kind of things. Well, I want to know, that brings me to something else. What was the chatter like in your day? Because it's become kind of mundane, I suppose, the same kinds of nothingisms getting shouted between every ball.
No, it didn't happen.
Was there nothing?
When I played some first-class cricket in 58 and 59, and I mean, I remember as an 18-year-old facing Brown Statham and Fred Truman with the new ball. We played Yorkshire and Cambridge. I played for Lancashire and Yorkshire in successive matches. Nothing was said, really. I mean, I remember my first innings in first-class cricket, I was out for naught. And I remember walking back, Colin Cowdery fielding at first step. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Bad luck, mate," or something. I mean, there was no one ever really spoke to me. There was no sledging at all.
I am curious. It isn't an era gone by. I often would love a time machine to go and play some matches in other eras just to experience it. For example, what would cricket like be in the first tests, if you like, or the late 1800s? What did it look like? What were the feelings?
You see, I should think in the late 1800s you had a little bit was said because WG would have been around. And he didn't. He wasn't getting keep quiet, did he?
Yeah.
I'd love to have met WG and to have seen him play, because he must have been an amazing cricketer. When you think of well, not only the runs he made, and think of the conditions in which he played. Those wickets were roads.
He's credited with the modern technique, isn't he? The modern
absolutely.
technique. Before that, I think it was mostly agricultural swipes. Before WG kind of standardised the straight back technique that's become. I suppose the way that everyone's taught as a cricketer.
He sort of took it on from Alfred Min, didn't he? Who was the one who sort of began to. But then, I mean, Alfred Min. I can't remember without Alfred. Yes, they curved bats went out before Alfred Min, I should think, didn't they? I mean, it was extraordinary how the game developed. And then you got WG, and then you got Ranjit Singh. He was another who took it forward. Victor Trumper was again. Another chap who took batting into a new era, didn't he? And I think Jack Hobbs was another player who did much.
Mountain of runs, yeah. I'm also curious about personalities, but right now I'm curious about this ball, which is racing to the boundary off the bat of Alan White, who's come out and he's spent no time getting going, really. They're thinking of a third. They will get a third. So it doesn't quite go to the boundary, but the next best thing. And good fitness between these two as well. Meanwhile,
I'd love to see that. It was really good. Everything flowed, didn't it? It was footwork, and he didn't overhit it. That's what has been so good about these. Well, I hesitate to use the word punch. I always think that's a bit jerky. I thought it was very smooth.
Stroked, perhaps.
Timing, it was product. I thought, really, and he placed it well too, didn't he?
He found the gap, and I suppose in the over 60s, maybe some of the fielders don't have the lateral range.
Lovely to see him coming down the wicket again.
He's batted very, very well. And in fact, this will get through the fielder as well, and it will be 4. So Rippingale moves to 49. And we have a bit of a cliffhanger here, Henry, because this is the last ball that he can face as he is on 49. And
why is it 49 today? Because the other day, two chaps got 75.
Well, it's the amount of balls you face. You see? So
I do see.
You don't want time wasters here. So you have 50 balls maximum to face, and it would be somewhat of a tragedy if he was retired on 49. But if he doesn't score off this ball, that's what's going to happen. Blowers, you call it in. You're the expert.
I can't don't because I've got my binoculars with me, and I'm my vision without binoculars.
I'll whisper in you. You're seeing them pretty well as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, here's Rippingale, and he will get his 50. A well-deserved half century. He will have to walk off with it. In fact, he comes back for an extra, so he'll finish on 51 not out. Smashing innings.
That was great, wasn't it?
He actually has one more ball. He must have received a no ball off the pitch. So Rahul selling me up the river there when I asked how many he's allowed. He's allowed, and he said 1, but now he gets one for bonus. And I don't think that it will cause any more damage on the scoreboard, as it will be the end of Rippingale. Batted really well. He's got his team off to a smashing start, as I said. I've got a question for you, Blowers, as Ian comes off. In the modern era, I've certainly played with and I've observed some pretty big, I'd say, tantrums from batters when they get out. Yeah. People tend to think in the olden days that everyone kind of stiff upper lip and didn't show any emotion when they got out. Is that a myth? Was there any? What was the player behaviour like in your day?
I think it was. In my day, it was good. It was good on the field. What happened in the dressing room? Then bats got thrown around, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I think I remember my first year at Cambridge. Ted Dexter was our captain. And my goodness, he was what a wonderful cricket striker of a greedy ball he was. And I mean, I remember Ted getting out once and coming in. He showed no emotion at all. He just put his bat down. I said, "What a bloody silly stroke!" And that was it. Took his bats off, and
that was it.
But I can remember 1 or 2 others coming in and bang, crash, wallop. People get pent up, don't they?
We're all human.
We
at the
are.
end. We are human beings, aren't we? It's time for the zebra to go out there. This is John Williamson. One black pad, one white pad. I'm sure.
Oh, we had him the other day.
We had a zebra the other day.
The time.
But I got to say, Rippengale deserved his ovation. He got a loud cheer from his team. Of course, the English. This is the only English team in the Champions pool trying to upset the Australians here.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
What do you reckon would be a really competitive score for the Australians to get? I mean, they're a good side, Australia.
Well, Australia chased 200 against a very strong Warwickshire side in the group stage, and they also scored 200 in their other match so far. So I think that as a bare minimum, Sussex are looking to put 200 on the board. Now, to do that, they need to score it around 7 and over for the rest of this innings. I think they're very, very able to do that. They've had the attitude that they've wanted to score since the very first ball, and I think that's shown up so far.
Well, yes, it's good. I mean, I hope they do get that, because then we'll see a really tight finish this evening, which would be great.
Absolutely, we've been spoiled a little bit with some tight contests. Yesterday we had a bit of a low-scoring thriller.
You were rather bedeviled by the weather yesterday, weren't you?
We still got through the matches, though. We do whatever we can to get on the field. These players aren't too precious, not like WG only having the 2 or 3 square yards of fielding area. These players are here and they want to play.
Well, yes, but all the same, when you've got the wet underfoot and you've got clouds overhead, it puts a bit of a dampener.
And if they're not able to play, they want to be in the bar. So it's a little bit of a win-win. Speaking of that, I know that you've almost sworn off your red wine. I know you're a huge fan.
Why do you say almost?
Well, I did hear that if the wine's good enough, you will have maybe half a glass.
Who was telling you that?
There was I'm quoting yourself from the other day.
Oh, was I?
Did you imbibe any of
no, I haven't.
God's juice?
Haven't actually had a drink of any sort. I think in the last 2 years I've had probably 4 half glasses of wine. No, I tend not to. It's going to make me feel very well.
Fair enough.
If I drink even half a glass, I suffer slightly.
You must still have a drink of choice, though, these days. What would you order?
Water. Boring, isn't it? But I do drink. I drink a lot of water. I do occasionally drink non-alcohol beer. I find that, it gives you a sort of vague idea.
Yeah, and also,
that you're having a drink.
This will interest you, perhaps, that the non-alcoholic beverage industry is actually one of the fastest growing.
I know.
Young people today, they're not drinking as much.
I heard this very much the other day.
They're warned off by our failings, perhaps. But yeah, there's a big non-alcoholic wine industry as well.
Your failings, worldwide fame, good heavens.
Well, and there's non-alcoholic gin. There's places that
I tell you what there is, which is not too bad. I've drunk some of that. What is not good is non-alcoholic wine. That hasn't. It will arrive one day, but at the moment it's not drinkable.
It's a little bit behind non-alcoholic beer. Some of the early non-alcoholic beers were.
It's a very long way behind.
But timing-wise, non-alcoholic beer had a bit of a shaky start, let's say, as well. This is a very good throw, whistling in, but again, good running by Sussex. They'll get 2. But that's okay. So water. There's also a designer water industry. Did you know that as well? There's water sommeliers out there.
Yeah, look, I'm back. I've just snatched the mic for a moment because I have a question for Henry, and it leads on to I think somebody that you know very well, and I'm pretty sure that you've been a admirer of his cricket, and of course you know that we had Chris Cowdery on yesterday, and he was a very good friend of Chris Cowdery. That is David Gower. Of course, he was born today in 1957. I'm sure you'd like to say a few words to David, and maybe David Gower is tuning in.
David Gower was a wonderful player. I remember I was on air at Edgbaston, it was in the 70s. Early 70s, when David Gower came out to face Liaquat Ali, his first test match, when he took guard at the pavilion end. And his first ball from Liaquat Ali, who bowled left arm, I think he bowled left arm over. I don't think he'd round the wicket. And it was short, and David just swiveled and pulled it for 4 into the foot of the Eric Hollis stand. And it was, one said that, well, if anyone who starts with such a magical stroke as that is going to go, goodness knows, going to climb to Everest and higher. Yeah. And, of course, he did. the irritating thing about David Gower was he did have a habit, didn't he, of getting himself out rather unnecessarily. But then I think all the great, or most great players did have irritating habits, you know, and there you are. I mean, if he didn't have those irritating habits, perhaps he wouldn't have batted as he did. You know, in the same way, if Shane Warne hadn't behaved as he did generally and ran right off the field, would he ever have bowled as well as he did? Ian Botham, if he hadn't kicked over the traces, would he have batted and bowled as well? I don't know. But it is interesting that so many of the great players, Kevin Peterson, who was a difficult man, if he had not been a difficult man, been as nice as pie, would he ever really have been the player he was?
It's a very good point.
Another good point is I know that Blowers brings the sun out and he brings the zebras out as well, doesn't he? Here in Marsa.
Zebra's back. We
had one the other day. Sorry,
he is back. No, you're fine. The zebra is back. Seem to follow you around.
Well, there we are, zebra. Yes. I got into trouble on a zebra crossing this morning too.
Hits him in front, but no lump from the umpire. Yeah, it's a really good point you make. We are each human. We each have our different qualities, and they coexist in this equilibrium, I suppose, in which we all live our lives. David Gower did used to get caught down the leg side quite a lot, which I always think, is it less of a flawless? Is it a flaw or is it just unlucky? Oh well, this isn't going to be unlucky.
There was a glorious sort of inconsequence about David. He gave the impression that he didn't really care. I remember him in a test match at Adelaide, and by the over before lunch, I think it was, or he may have been even before close, having a medium fast long hop and just helping it into deep backward square legs hands was the most wickedly irresponsible stroke, but yet that was Gower. Well, and you had to take the rough with the smooth.
Maybe at the time, but these days he'd have a bit of competition, I think, from some of the England strokes that we saw in the last Ashes.
But then that I put down in a way to McCullum and to Bazball, because Bazball, to my mind, was useful to lift England out of the doldrums after Joe Root's captaincy and Chris Silverwood's management. But then after 2 years, they played basically the second-ranking sides. Then they came to India and Australia, and Bazball simply is not good enough for India and Australia, particularly in India and in Australia. I mean, you cannot go and play as they did in Perth on a fast pitch that bounces, because in Australia it bounces quite a lot higher than in England. You cannot play Bazball to bowlers like Mitchell Starc. It just doesn't work. And of course they committed suicide.
Yeah, well, the proof is in the pudding, as they say in the classics.
Or the eating.
Well,
I don't know.
I think it's a fair observation that it wasn't really there. It wasn't. They probably went to an overconfident state, I suppose is how I'd put it. They were determined, so determined in their game plan that they weren't willing to change it even after they'd lost a couple of games.
Yeah,
Rico,
I've got two questions now. And they're going to be, one is going to be a kind of a fun question, and one is quite a serious one. The first one, stick to fun. We've talked about David Gower's birthday. It does fall today on April's Fool's Day. So are there anything that you can share that's happened to you or you've seen that's happened on April Fool's?
Have I seen anything happen on April Fool's Day? Well, I mean, my favourite April Fool was nothing to do with cricket, but it was there was a very famous English broadcaster, Richard Dimbleby, who was father of Jonathan and David Dimbleby. And on April the 1st, they did this thing on Panorama showing the spaghetti harvest.
I love this one. This is famous all around the world.
The spaghetti thing being grown on trees and how they were cutting it off at harvest time. And an enormous number of people fell for it. And of course, it was spaghetti.
The demand was out of the world for the phone calls were coming in. Everybody wanted a spaghetti tree.
That was the classic, wasn't it?
I live a long way from England, but I'd heard of that. It's famous.
It is, isn't it? But oh dear. But April the 1st, when I went to my prep school, the age of 9. If we always hoped we weren't going to break up until April the 2nd. and we didn't want to go home on March the 31st. But if we were there on April the 1st, the tricks we got up to was, oh dear. I mean, it was, and they were mostly water tricks too.
All
as
right,
you can imagine.
pranks. I had actually at my school. I was in the 5th grade, so I was around 10 or 11, and we had 2 classes of year 5, and we had identical twins, one in each class, and they swapped for the morning, which I thought was quite a clever one. And I don't know if the teachers realised or not, but must be nice being an identical twin and being able to do things like that. But the spaghetti tree one, I've got to say, that's in the all-time Hall of Fame, the spaghetti tree prank.
Is it?
This is a nicely pulled away stroke, and it may pull up, but maybe not. The outfield seems to be running a little bit quicker this afternoon, and a beautifully hit shot. Zebra attack. Williamson with 4 runs. His first boundary.
All right, so now the serious one. So this is a serious one now. Now, you were a very talented player. I think back in 1956 you scored 104 not out against for the public schools against combined services. I think you were appointed Eton captain in your final year. But at that same time, you suffered a very serious accident. Of course, I think you were on your bike, you were hit by a bus, you were in a coma for 28 days, I believe. Now, how does a young player recover from that? Because I think in this day and age, I think a lot of kids would have been quite depressant. They would have been thinking they had a promising career in front of them. It would have, it would have affected you in so many ways. How did you cope with that?
Well, I suppose I don't really know is the answer, honestly. My cricket was not finished. I mean, I did get a first-class 100 at Lord's after, in 59. I got into a bad Cambridge side, in 59, and it sounds as though it's raining suddenly, is it? Oh, dear.
I think that, well, Blowers, your golden run of sunshine seems
and they're all coming off
to an end. Yeah, so 133 for 4, 21.1 overs. Depending on how long this is, we probably will lose some overs in this game. We were actually already 15 minutes behind. There is some semblance of some blue sky, but we know Malta, it can all turn around very, very quickly, and hopefully it does. But Blowers, probably a good time for you to stay here with us and stay dry.
Well, what I was going to say, it gives me a chance actually to answer Rio's question. I had this ghastly accident, and when I came to, and I was quite soon back on the cricket field, and I realised very early on that there was no way I could play cricket in the same way. I remember, in fact, playing a game about 6 weeks after I came out of hospital, and I was always been a great hooker. And I went out, and I mean that in the nicest possible sense, a hooker.
No, I was going to let that one go through to the keeper, but okay.
Rico's got a perfectly filthy sense of humour, so there we are. But in point of fact, I went to hook to get in, and I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't signal from my brain to my feet, and brain bruising. I had really bad brain bruising, which they all said would take 10 years to wear out, and it did. And I was never a serious competitor at a higher level of cricket after that, which I'd always hoped I was going to be. But I always wanted to go on, and I've always found life a series of right-angled corners. You want to look round. And I remember I got kicked out of Cambridge for failing my exams, among other things. And I then went and worked in the City of London for 2.5 years, which I loathed. And suddenly, by a lot of curious chances, it was in May '62. I found myself writing about a game of cricket, Kent v Somerset, at Gravesend, the bat and ball ground, for the Times. And lo and behold, they used pretty well every word I wrote. They wanted 500 words. And when they told me that, all I could think about was war and peace. And I eventually did it, And then they rang me up next weekend and said, would you do 2 more? So I rang up my office and said I was ill. And they said, shouldn't you see a doctor? I said, well, a good idea. And then the following weekend, I rang the Times up, flushed by success, and they offered me 5 days cricket. And I rang up my office on the Monday morning and said, I've left. And they said, you what? And I said, I've left. They said, what do you mean? I said, I'm not coming in again. I'm not coming in again. They said, you can't do that. I said, watch me. And one of the great merchant banking careers of the 20th century ground to a halt.
Nipped in the bud.
And then a few years later, broadcasting came, and once I got into writing about cricket, I became obsessed by it. All I wanted to do was go on doing it, and so I was always looking ahead. It's a long answer to your question, Rico, but I never looked back, and I've never been a person in life who looks back at something that the door is shut on, because there is no point. You then feel sorry for yourself. Feeling sorry for yourself is the worst possible human emotion, because it can never do you any good. Get on, look forward, and I always have looked forward, and I find this is the great fun thing about working still at the age of nearly 87, is that I've still got lots of right-angled bends I want to look round, and I'm still very much casting ahead. I mean, it's ridiculous
That's
to have
such a
sort of ambition.
great insight. Great insight. Yeah,
But I mean it very strongly, and if anyone's listening and either doubting me or wondering, if you do try and think positively and don't go back and dwell on hard times, because it won't get you anywhere. Bad luck, of course it is, and the luck of life, well, there is an awful lot of luck in life, and sometimes it goes the wrong way for you, but you can get past it by wanting to get ahead. And if you can do that, you will, I reckon.
It's simple advice, but I think it's advice that everyone can take on board, no matter what their situation. And it's just amazing. I don't feel like even adding to anything that you're saying, because you have a wealth of life experience that I think almost everyone else can only dream of. And the fact that you break it down to that, I think is very simple and very usable and practical advice, Henry. Thank you for sharing.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's quite. I really do think it's important. I mean, I've been very, very lucky, and I think all of us have been lucky in our ways. I mean, you too, Vinny and Rico. You'd probably say, looking back in your life, you love what you're doing at the moment, and probably when you look back, there was a moment of real luck when everything broke. And I agree, you've both got the ability to take advantage of the luck. That is important, but nonetheless, luck does play a part.
Yeah, definitely. Well, both of us fell into this cricket broadcasting a few years ago, and it was a succession of coincidences, each more unlikely than the next. And obviously, it's also, Rico and myself, we've both had moments where seeming disasters have hit our lives, and we've had to navigate those and to try and keep a positive mindset, to look forward. We've been lucky to have people around us that have supported us and looked after us as well. But trying to find the
players restarted, isn't that wonderful?
It only took one anecdote and we're actually back on the park. You would agree then, every cloud has a silver lining, something we tend to live by as well.
I think if you've got a positive approach, clouds can have a silver lining, more than you think.
Well, it's a full toss, and this is a silver lining for Wyatt, who unwraps that gift and sends it to the boundary. Just checking, we're still on a 30-over game here. We haven't lost any overs, so that is a classic Maltese shower. It was over before it began, and it's good to know we haven't lost any playing time.
Now, can you give us... I can't see the score with my rotten old eyes.
So they're 137 for 4 in the 22nd over.
Well, they're doing great. If these two can stay here for another 4 overs, they could get to 200, couldn't they?
At their current rate, they're at 191, and you would imagine that they would be able to...
If they got a wicket or two in hand.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 6 wickets in hand. They've also, one of those wickets is Rippingall, who's been retired for 51. So that's maybe even more of a license to be expansive with
stroke
playing.
You mean he can come in again?
He can come in again,
can he?
But only as the last wicket. So only after all others have batted, let's say.
I know.
A little bit short, bit of a tennis shot this time.
Very good stroke, isn't it?
Foot fielding attempted. There should be 3 here, actually. Thinking about it.
Old Hobbledehoy there behind the bowler, running backwards, hasn't got a great arm. Well done. They ran. Did they run 3 then?
They did. I mean,
think so.
Well, arguably, that was a direct hit, and the batter was very, very close to being out. Again, probably... fortunate that there's no third umpire there, because
The umpire would look to me to be. I mean, he was down on his hands on his knees, really looking.
No doubt he was in the right position.
And
so we'll give him that.
if there is a millimetre or two in it, you can't blame him for
Not at
feeling
all.
this doubt.
Not at all.
And you give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
Say fortune favours the brave, and they were brave enough to take on a third run there. Now's the time, I think, to push. There's only 8 overs to go after this delivery. So the zebra faces up.
One of the things, too, which is interesting, is in this cricket, although the big hitting is basically what you want to do at this stage, it is very important to run the singles to keep the strike changing around. Look there. I mean, that was a good quick single. The ball just going away behind, off the pad probably, to short, fine leg, and the wicketkeeper chased it, and they ran the single. And in cricket, you get an enormous number of singles that get missed, and also batsmen have a way, they don't realise they've got to play for singles. They keep playing massive strokes straight to fielders, when what they must do until they've got themselves in is just push and run.
I've got a question for you then. We were talking a little bit earlier about backing up at the non-strikers end and the correct way to do it, and a fundamental of the game which perhaps not all players are aware of in the modern game. Do you have any kind of fundamentals that you think some of the modern players are not doing very well, or that maybe they're not being coached in the first place to do?
I think packing up is instinct, isn't it, really? I mean, you sort of know how you do it. I mean, I don't think I ever thought about backing up. I remember once being run out when a chap straight drove, my partner straight drove, and the batsman dived, got a hand to it, it went onto the stumps, and I was out of my ground. I mean, that's accident. That's
act of God.
Act of God, absolutely. But I mean, you've got to back up a reasonable amount, and if the situation is tight and you want runs at the end, you take a bit of a risk and back up perhaps further than you would normally, and you know you're taking the risk, and you know you've got to get back in a hurry if need be. I mean, I think backing up is a question of common sense, like so much else in this game.
Yeah, and I think it's actually even more important if you've lost a bit of speed in the legs. As I suppose most of the players here would say that they're not quite at the speed that they were once running. But if you can shorten the pitch legally and morally, then I think it does help. And we've seen some teams getting into trouble, almost waiting for the single to appear on a silver platter rather than being more proactive and looking to keep that score ticking over. Nice to see some wrist spin as well with John Williams bowling here.
And I've been next door to me, my old commentating friend. I was going to say Chris Cadre. I could call him Cammy Cadre, but we weren't going to that one either. No, I thought I'd get him out of his chair. He said that. It's very good to see him. I haven't seen him for 2 days now. He's been to Gozo, and he's been doing lots of things that he's going to tell us all about.
The tourist's in with us. Another tourist, I suppose.
You were talking to him yesterday. He was in very good voice. Did you talk to him about Gozo?
We were asking about Gozo. He said he had a great time. Gozo's amazing. We haven't had the chance to get there so far. This time they're looking at a second. It's not quite there. Eventually the ball comes back. A bit of a par 3 job from the Kangaroos that time. But I've had a wonderful time getting to know you, Henry, getting to know Chris during the week.
Well, I tell you what, I think I've got ready to doff my cap and hand over to a former England captain. I really can't sit here and, you know. And let me just tell you one story.
Tell me a story
about his first Test match as England's captain, which was at Headingley in 1982. 88 was it? Sorry. Well, I got the right decade anyway in 88. And on the Sunday, I was staying with a friend of mine called Andrew Hindle in near Leeds. And the England team came over to lunch. And David Gower, who had been in the England side for a while, hadn't he? I think when did he make his debut? In the 70s. Said to me, he said he hadn't enjoyed a Test match so much for a long time, and said what a fantastic difference Chris had made as captain in the dressing room, which was a great triumph. And he was very, very unlucky that his captaincy career didn't continue. I think it should have done. I think if it had done, England cricket would have benefited enormously. I'm now going to hand you over to him, and he can put that into his own perspective.
Well, it's very kind of you, Henry. Do you want the cash now, or would you like to send me an invoice?
My wife's
Yeah. Very kind words, thank you. And yes, I do remember. Well, David Gower. The only thing about it, and I can say this because he's my greatest friend in the game, is I wish he'd seen more of the Test match. I think his Norton 2 was only just worse than my Norton 5. But lovely to see you, Henry. You're looking in great form.
Well,
Sitting next to Colonel Mustard. I mean, not
Yeah.
easy.
I'm a banana bender today.
A banana
That's
bender.
what they call the
What
Queenslanders,
a jacket that
actually.
is.
Colonel Mustard in the library with the lead piping.
That's the one.
Great game, Cluedo. I'd say sometimes we get into random questions. I know you must get a lot of cricket-related questions, but you've got into board games there. Are you much of a board game fan, or do you have a favourite?
I would say I'm the world champion of backgammon.
Really?
Yes.
That's a thinking
But
man's game
not
as
many
well.
other people would say that, but I love it. It's my favourite game. I've lost a lot of money playing it, but
So it should be 2 if they're pushing for it here. You can see one of the Zebras being asked to go full speed. And keeper ends up at the bowler's end, not something you see very often. And then
I was very good at Monopoly, and I made a lot of money there, but unfortunately it wasn't real money, sadly.
Monopoly is a favourite.
well, Henry, you own most of those places, don't you? On the Park Lane and
Well, I used to have hotels on Park Lane.
Very good. Well, we're getting more spin bowling here. Slevin is in and cracked away. McDonnell, this is his patch. And he's a very good fielder. Good fundamentals. The Australians, typically for Australians, they do have strong throwing arms. It comes from playing on very big fields growing up. And yeah, the Kangaroos here have been very good in the outfield, trying to stop those extra runs. Here's Slevin. Rank full toss. It's no ball, actually, for height. And so that will be no ball +1 and a free hit coming up. What do you think of the free hit, Chris? Does the game need the free hit?
yep, I
You
like
like it? You like
I
it?
like it, and to be honest, I'm not sure it shouldn't happen in Test cricket because it will do eventually.
Discourages
and-
no balls, obviously.
Well, it discourages, but it's great entertainment. I'm not sure how some of the old players would have approved it. Imagine Boycott setting himself in. He's in for a day and a half. Suddenly he's got a slog.
It would still block it.
He'd like the fact that he couldn't get out. I suppose he could run someone out on a no ball.
It's funny. And it actually at first came into 50-over cricket because 50-over cricket would often have these periods of, let's call it malaise, relatively speaking, between overs 10 and 40, where the fielders seem pretty happy to concede one. The batters pretty happy to take one. And I think for the crowd, they felt a little bit shortchanged in those periods. So they gave the batter an opportunity to bat with immunity.
It is an odd situation if you're batting and you're not used to that, and suddenly you're these T20 games, you're playing big shots anyway. It doesn't really make any difference. It's just a bonus that you can't get out to it. But if we once had a game at Canterbury where Bob Woolmer, it's only a bye, and they're giving him a hard time for not running a bye. But Bob Woolmer, who was the current England opener at the time, was batting for us at number 1, and the first ball of the day, this is Kent v Gloucestershire. Sid Lawrence, who sadly we lost in the last year, who died. But a very wild fast bowler came roaring in, and he lost his action, and the ball flew up in the air to extra cover. And it rolled and rolled and rolled, and the umpire said to the field, don't touch it, right? Because the ball was still live, because he had actually delivered delivery.
Sure.
So Bob Woolmer, who had a sense of humour, he'd have real sense of humour, thought, do I go for it? And he walked all the way to extra cover, and he smashed it for 4 and went in the back and didn't play for 3 months.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was stretchered off.
It was an unnatural stroke.
4 runs, retired hurt.
Is that right? That's something that's gone out of the game. That's been outlawed now. Did you know that? Pretty recently, little leading edge here.
yeah.
Well, we got big
Could be a run
trouble here. Man versus ball. Ball goes missing in action. And when you can't choose an end, throw to the middle of the pitch. And that's what happened there. A bit of a roundhouse grenade toss. And in the end, it'll be a very entertaining dot.
They might have got 2 there if they run.
Probably was. Yeah, I got to say, I used to like the randomness of a ball which landed off the pitch and forced the batter into an unnatural hockey style shot. That I don't know why they've taken it out, to be honest. I thought it was an entertaining thing you'd see once a year of a batter trying to hockey shot the ball to the boundary. It's up to the bowler. I think he's responsible for whatever happens after the ball leaves his hand. But that's my personal opinion. Anyway, I'm liking the leg spin here. And you can see Sussex trying to get things. You can feel the, let's just say, the energy from the bench permeating the boundary at the moment as we're approaching the final 5.
Yes, it is good to see leg spin, especially on these pitches where if you can get it in the right place, it does bounce, doesn't it, on these artificial pitches. Not easy for the batters.
No, it definitely isn't. If you're willing to go down and meet it,
Well
maybe
bowled.
you can get on the half volley, but this time he wants to play it from the crease. A few tired bodies out there. The Australians just playing their 3rd game. Pretty much everyone else from here is playing their 4th and final game. And predictably, I think we've seen a depreciation in the general mobility of the players game by game, and we'll see how Sussex deal with that in the field later on.
They've been okay off the field still, the Aussies. They just slowed up a little bit on it. Yeah.
I think they've been set up to fail with the 3.5-day break. It just gives them enough time to really get into the holiday mode, if you like. Some light rain falling at the moment. This is a good delivery, but it's an even better shot as he does use his feet, and Wyatt goes Maximo! Cracking shot. Bounces into the sight screen for 6.
Magnificent shot, wasn't it? I mean, absolute textbook. Down the pitch, got to the pitch, and it didn't hit it. No, he didn't. He didn't sort of do a Harry Brook.
Probably the shot of the day. I mean, it's a good example of it wasn't a bad ball. It was the question was asked, wasn't it? But it was answered thunderously by Wyatt.
Very good.
We were talking about players being victim of their personality, and the ones who kick over the traces wouldn't play as well as in the way that they did if they were orthodox behaviours. We didn't mention Harry Brook, and of course I think he's one. I mean, he obviously is a little bit wild. We know that, all the sort of drinking problems in New Zealand and Australia and all that. But look at the way he plays. I mean, look at that 100 he scored against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup. How do you rate him, Chris?
Well, obviously, as a player, he's a freak. He plays freak shots. But the big question's been when he plays those shots. And we all sitting there in the commentary box or the stand or whatever, pulling our hair out at the fact that the 3rd ball of a test match, he's dancing down the pitch to their best bowler, trying to hit it out the park. And you know, he's too good to do that. He's too good. And he's still averaging sort of mid-50s, I think, in the Test cricket. Great entertainment, great striker of the ball. And I just hope somebody says to him one day, why don't you just quietly get to 20 and then see how good you're going to be? But he doesn't, does he? He has to get to 20 with a 6 and 3 fours.
It's a funny one to have. A blessing and a curse in it to have all those weapons, if you like, but the real skill, I suppose, is the timing of when to use them and how to employ your skills. And I think that's why Test cricket is called Test cricket. And for someone like Brook, it's interesting you mentioned his behaviour. This is my question to both of you, really. The modern players are scrutinised to the point that, you know, he had the instance with Duckett where he's being filmed kind of without his knowledge and things are spread around the globe almost immediately. How do you think the players of yesteryear would have held up to that kind of scrutiny?
Well, they would have to have taken it as well. I mean, they got a little bit of it, but it's worse now. But the players know it. They're being paid a lot of money to play cricket these days, and they've got to respect that. And the fact is, they know that the media are going to be after you a little bit. They've got lovely stories. If they find Harry Brook out middle of the night drinking, they've got a good story. And
the night before an England match, especially, and then having what they call a quote altercation unquote with a nightclub bouncer.
Yes, exactly. And the great Phil Tufnell, you know, Tuffers. I might have said this to you yesterday, but Tuffers was answering the question in a Q&A in London when they said, "What do you think of Harry Brook at number 3?" And he said, "Well, it's perfect. He never comes in till 3 anyway."
That's very rich from Tuppence.
Shades of Colin Ingham and Mackenzie.
But we love to watch him. But I tear my hair out when he plays those shots in the first few overs. In Test cricket, don't mind if he does it in T20.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things. There's always the red line which you're trying to stay on the right side of. I think no matter what your game is. And I think that maybe there's this sense, I can't speak from experience, but, you know, you start to believe your own hype a little bit. And there's always that point where you might have just pushed it a little bit too far. But another expression I often use is, you never know where the line is until you cross it. And I think we saw probably in that Ashes series, probably did cross it once or twice.
Yep, it's an Ashes series we're trying to forget.
But the red line is something that people like Ian Botham around it, and Brooke to an extent, are unable to stop themselves from crossing. I mean, that is part of the challenge of life, isn't it? Is crossing these red lines. And I mean, if Kevin Peterson, I was talking about him earlier, Kevin Peterson's red line was being cutted. He wanted to be as awkward as he can. He would never stop himself. Would he ever have played cricket the way he did if he had said, yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir?
Yeah, would never happen. And
Excellent. That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is the point, actually, and it's the point about Brooke as well. If you're that good at taking on attacking bowlers, that's what he does, and maybe it's because his defence probably wouldn't stand up to it. If he tried to play a long innings, and and they bowled in the corridor, and he was pushing forward, he'd probably get more edges than most. But the fact is, he's got all the big shots. Goes straight in and plays them.
He can't help himself, can he? I mean, it's part of his nature. You know, I don't think he thinks to himself, well, now, should I dab this for 1, or should I hit it over extra cover with a flat bat for 6? He can't help himself.
No. But where it goes wrong was obviously that time at the Oval when England were 230 odd, chasing 290 to win the series. For 3, weren't they? 3 down with Root 100, Brooke 100, and he slogs one up in the air, and we lose a silly game. But you know, it's difficult when he gets 100 and we all blame him for losing the game.
Well, hello. It's another shot down the ground, and would you believe it? The ball striking down the ground from Wyatt has been exquisite. He's raced to 37, and he's still got, I think he can probably bat the distance here. He's still got 17 balls he's able to face. If you look at the amount of balls left, there's 22 balls left in the innings. So it looks like, he can bat as long as he likes. But it's interesting, in pressure situations, kind of goes back to what you were saying. It's human to revert back to your instincts, and obviously his instinct is to go after the
But
bowling.
we can go to another player, your great mate David Gower. After all, I can remember I was talking earlier and saying in Adelaide, I can't remember whether it was before lunch or before the close of play, a medium pace, fast medium long hop, which he just helped round the corner into backward square legs hands. A wonderful, one of the great players of all time. He'd have hit it anywhere in the park he wanted for as many as he wanted, and yet he played it in a sort of inconsequential way that made one think, well, he doesn't give a damn, which is not true. It's just his nature. It's the way he played. And if he hadn't played like that, would he have played in other ways as he did? You can't have one without the other.
I think that the actions of being unflustered and aloof are pretty much identical, but are results-based and looked at in the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, Wyatt has cracked another 4, and he seems to be winning this battle with John Williams, who's going at more than a run a ball. They think of 2 here. The hesitations come. The throw's worse. A very tight one. Umpire has asked the question again, and the umpire says no. He has made it. A couple of byes there.
Yep, he was in.
What is the score?
The score now, so in the 27th over, the score is 176. So at this rate, they're on 198 pace. We talked about the 200 as a real target. The Australians have hit 200 in each of their games so far, and I think that would set up a cracking second half.
It would. I suspect it'd be enough.
Well, the Warwickshire thought that much. Warwickshire set the Australians 200. Australians only got to face 28 overs because of an over 8 penalty, and they ended up doing it with a couple of overs to spare. He's a long way out of his ground here, so no real consideration to the LBW appeal. But I think that the 200, for me, is a 50-50 target. just going on the fact the Australians, they have scored 204. They chased 200 in 26 overs before. And Sussex, let's be honest, they're playing their 4th game in the field. Some questions might be asked of them physically, but it's been a really gutsy kind of innings, but this is going to be the end of an innings as the Zebra has a victim. He hit it to mid-wicket. The non-striker there, Wyatt, has been batting so well for 41. I think was pretty keen to get down for that single, but he overcommitted. The Australians have been brilliant in the field. That's the 3rd run out they've executed. They've had another couple of near misses, but at the end of the 27th over, 178 for 4. Cracking bit of cricket there in the field from the Aussies.
Finney, from what you were saying about Australia early on, interesting. If I hadn't known, might have thought you lived in Australia.
Well, I did for a long time. Not at all. I mean, one of the great things about broadcasting, and I suppose I've broadcast cricket now in about 32 countries, is I have this wonderful sense of neutrality that I never had as a player. As a player, I was probably your typical one-eyed Aussie that would try and unsettle you from behind the stumps.
And sorry, look at your jacket. What has changed? This to me looks like a yellow Australian jacket, blazer, whatever.
This is good early World Series cricket. Yellow,
exactly.
isn't it?
Is it a suit? Do you have trousers for it as well?
I've got the trousers for it as well. I've gone a bit casual today. Didn't want to go the full banana. No, but I love the fact that I appreciate cricket. You know, I appreciate. Caught in front and he's out, and it's going to be a golden duck. Can you believe it? Mick Brazil, fantastic name, but unfortunately he's missed one. It was right in the middle of the landing strip, and he will have to go. He will be the 6th wicket to fall, 177 for 1. So it's also 1 wicket closer to Rippengale potentially coming back in as well. But yeah, good bowling. And well, Rico's going to give us his famous duck noise. He's out for a duck, Rico.
Lovely to have a commentator making sense.
Do you remember?
I thought he was laying an egg.
Do you remember John Arlott, Jonathan Agnew giving a better duck than that? No, it is. Yeah, Rico's got a few Rico-isms, and the duck is one of them. And unfortunately,
how many Test matches? Talking of commentators, how many Test matches do you reckon? Difficult one this to remember, I suppose. Would you have done with Arlott?
I worked with Arlott for 10 years, and I was the last person. When I retired, there was no further connection with Arlott. I was the last person working with him. He was the most tremendous friend to me. I won't hear anything against him. He helped me enormously, and he was, I thought, the best commentator. Full stop. He was wonderful, wasn't he? His choice of words, that immortal accent he had, and his great love of cricket, and above all, his great love of cricketers. Arlott was the least unkind commentator of any commentator I've listened to. He never really said an unkind thing about anyone.
I've got something unkind, he said.
Ooh.
Yes, and it was actually by mistake. It obviously wasn't meant to be unkind, but we had a Sunday league game. I was only about 19, playing at Eastbourne against Sussex, and it was televised. Another wicket's
would you believe
gone
it? It's another one, and Verrecchia's on a hat-trick now. 2 wickets with the first 2 balls of the 28th over. It's actually 3 consecutive dismissals. And, well, Sussex falling away. In another way, a crisis is an opportunity. Rippengale, who has scored a 50, he's waiting at the kind of virtual number 11 position to come back in and finish things off. But you've got to give credit to Verrecchia. He's got it on target twice in a row. He's on a hat-trick, 177 for 7.
Yeah, the game's right on here, isn't it? I mean, 185, 190 is, as you said a minute ago, you thought 200 was a par score. So what a turnaround. Anyway, very quickly to tell you about the great John Arlott, who'd commentated on my father, Colin Cowdrey, obviously for years and years and years, and it was sort of ingrained in his mind. This is what he told me after the game as well. So I'm fielding at mid-wicket, and the ball is worked away past me, and I've got to chase it. So he said, I can't do his accent, but he said, and the ball's played through mid-wicket, and the portly Cowdrey chases after it. I thought, portly? Then I was as fit as anybody could be. I was 19. I hadn't learnt to drink very much. I was fit as anything. I was quite fast at that age.
Hat-trick ball here for Verrecchia.
Yes.
Oh, it is desperately close. The bails are off in a flash from O'Connor, but Verrecchia still, it's his third wicket overall. He's got 3
What
for
an over.
31, and a brilliant work. Portly, I think.
Yeah, clear. Oh, and he said he
portly is a kind of a
apologised.
dignified adjective as well, isn't it? Another
He
swing
just
and a
said
miss.
to me, he said, the thing is, some things will never leave my mind, he said. The portly country.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Well, at least they didn't call you the big ship. Warwick Armstrong, former Australian captain from the 20s. Well, strike 3.
Did you say the big ship?
I hope so.
Good. So do I.
Well, that could be another nickname that we could hand out. Hopefully not in this tournament. Hey, this unhittable over so far. And continues. Bat doesn't meet ball in the 28th over. 2-wicket maiden. Sensational
Unbelievable.
work. The pendulum swings back to the southern hemisphere. It's 177 for 7 after 28 overs.
He did what people used to try and do, is pitch it up, quick Yorkers. He got it right up there, didn't he? Every ball. And
Kind of a
not
throwback
easy to hit.
over.
A throwback over, yes.
But it's interesting. I'll ask you the same question, Chris. What do you think makes a good commentator? It's something obviously we've done a lot of. We've studied it. We try and do a good job. The game's changed a lot as well. But what do you think makes a good commentator these days?
I guess it's somebody who you want to listen to. You talk of John Arlott and Blowers was another classic. People you just want to hear talk. And when they come on, you're driving a car and you hear them. We've now been joined by Henry Blofeld's coming into.
Everyone pulls over.
Well, they don't necessarily pull over, but you know that you're going to get some. It's going to be entertaining commentary. It's going to be interesting, and we could all name people who commentate pretty well on the game, but they're a bit dull. They haven't got any flower about them, and that's for me. That's what I like.
Think your answer is flawless.
Another thing too, I think a voice is quite important. A recognisable, an immediate voice. I mean, Arlott, if you just heard one word of Arlott on the radio, you knew exactly who it was, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the only person who is slightly different to that, who doesn't have a hugely different voice, is Jonathan Agnew, who obviously has become a very, very good, steady, very good commentator. But he doesn't have the Brian Johnson, the Henry Blofeld, the John Arlott, the Christopher Martin Jenkins, I suppose, would have been another but very recognisable after a few years.
Indeed. Yes, I think a voice is important, and of course with John Arlott, those inimitable Hampshire tones, marinated in many, many gallons of claret of a very good year.
Well, I never realised Blowers was such a great impressionist. He does a great Australian. We've already heard that. Here's the 29th over. There's only 9 balls left in this innings now, so it is time to go into top gear. Attempted swipe from John Paddy Smith. And, well, here comes the chaos. They're thinking about a second. It's not quite there. I do love something that limited overs cricket's brought into the game, which is the chaos of the final fling as batters are willing to push the envelope as far as they possibly can. He won't get a wide for this one. Jumps a long way across. Two things that I immediately registered with me there. The commentary is as simple as someone that you want to listen to. I don't think it needs a qualification, that statement. I think it's a very good observation. No ball called, probably for an overstep here. So that's a bit of a bowling crime, isn't it, at this pace? But we'll have a free hit coming up. Last ball of the 29th over.
Don't slip, Valeria.
Williamson, the zebra, steps across. He won't be able to hit it, and he misses out a dot ball to finish the over, 184 for 7. And then the other thing was, and Blowers, you're absolutely right, a recognisable voice. It's almost like when you have a favourite, flavour of a milkshake, or your favourite flavour that you like. And I know different people have different things that they like. Commentary is very objective, but I think you definitely made a good point there.
I think what one is saying too, that with those voices went character. And I think it's voices that bring character across. And I think a compelling voice inevitably has character behind it. Agree? Yes, or right or wrong, Chris?
I agree with that, and you'd have to say that summarisers are not commentators, But even so, when Trevor Bailey came on, and you were driving in your car, you listened because of his voice. And he often, what do you think, Trevor? It was a good ball. And that would be it sometimes. But you'd find it amusing because he'd be worth listening to.
Well, he's bowled him. And Verrecchia's got 4 now. Again, he's just gone back and turned to page 1 of the manual saying 4 straight. And it's delivering at the moment. He's got 4 for 31. It's 184 for 8. And as we see this wicket for Roger Smith's going out there, the one batter that still could potentially bat, although there's only 4 balls remaining, is Rippengale, who opened up and scored a half century. But Verrecchia turning the game back the Australians' way.
Name, I'm just checking his name. It's not Lily, is it?
Well, he'd be happy with that. Peter Verrecchia, born in Glasgow, moved to Melbourne at the age of 12. Learnt his cricket there, also heavily involved in football in Australia, association football, now lives in Tuscany. So what a journeyman he is.
Wow. Well, he can bowl. He can seriously bowl.
Well, he could have a 5
This
for
will be right up there, Yorker.
Oh, he's got the 5 for Verrecchia's on a hat-trick again. Can you believe your eyes? 184 for 9.
Unbelievable.
But he's got 5 wickets. And this spell, actually, he's taken 4 for 0 in the last 9 balls that he's bowled. So it's quite incredible what we're seeing. But it is Ian Rippengale, the opener, who's coming out. He was the first batter. He'll be the last batter as well for Sussex.
So he had his 50 balls.
He retired for 51.
It's a good rule. Very good rule, that. Yeah, Frank celebrated. It was his rule.
But, well, you could say that the final Everest for Verrecchia is Rippengale. Whether he'll get to do it or not, we're not sure. Some dark clouds around, some rain falling, but there's only 3 balls left in this innings.
You've got to let him finish. Dickie Bird would have them off now, wouldn't he, Henry?
Yes. I don't think, actually, they'd ever have got on after the last break.
All right, and it's also a hat-trick ball again. And it's hit. He attacks it. Now, good on Rippengale. Takes it. Will they go for 2 here in the wet? Won't be an easy return from the outfield. There's never been a 6 for at this festival. And right now, he's got 5 for 33. Rippengale facing up once again. But there's only 2 balls left in this innings.
What he'll be hoping for, this bowler, is a single. Well, he doesn't want to be bowling to him.
I don't think
he'd like to have a go at the fella
something
at the other
tells me
end.
that they won't be settling for 1, though, if it goes anywhere. They'll be wanting to get back for 2. Rippengale launches. He sends him back. Well, it could be the end of the innings if they can run him out. Instead, there's a collision. The big boys are coming together. And we get our first tackle of the tournament. Beautiful stuff. A beautiful moment here in Malta. It was man versus zebra. Bear versus zebra, if you like. Okay, last ball. This game's suddenly gone crazy. Rippengale, again, launches. It won't be a 6 for... They'll probably settle for 1. He's going to try and run it in for a try, continuing the rugby theme. But they will finish 187 for 9. 87, a little bit of a bogey number if you're an Australian fan. But they'll be chasing 188 for victory. Wow, what a crazy finish that was to the innings. What do you think, gentlemen?
Well, he can bowl. That's interesting, that 187 they've got. You just said it into my right ear there. That's where 87 came from, wasn't it?
13 short of 100. Indeed, the Australian unlucky number. It's the Australian Nelsons, isn't it? I mean, 111, 222, 333 for us.
Henry, I'm wishing you a very happy 87, though, and I hope you have a wonderful 87. I know you will be 87 soon. When
well,
do you
I will. I will, not till September, actually.
Till September?
I've got a bit to go. But it's awful, isn't it, being this age? Not being able to see is the worst thing of all. Not being able to see properly. I mean, I can see just what's happening, but I can't see well enough to commentate. So I simply can't identify people out there. But nonetheless, I get just as much fun out of it, and it's been wonderful fun talking with you and Chris. I mean, Chris, we've talked on TMS in years gone by, so he's an old colleague, and he is just about the nicest man I've been in a commentary box with, which is absolutely wonderful. And it'd be lovely if our mutual friend, who was the assistant producer when we were together, if she was listening, Shilpa Patel, the BBC, she was Peter Baxter's assistant producer, and did a noble job for us, and was a great friend of yours and mine, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. Yes, someone to keep away from, though, because if you did anything wrong, she wouldn't let you forget, would she?
I wasn't quite certain what you were going to say, but
Well, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure once again. Hopefully the weather stays good. This is a really, really great game, and it has a huge bearing on who's actually going to win the festival, because
Yep.
Australia, if they can win this, they've got a straight shootout with Canada tomorrow. If Sussex were to upset the apple cart here and defend this 187, then it's wide open, and we still have 3 potential victors. But Chris, thank you so much. Henry, thank you so much. It's been an absolute delight commentating with you, and hopefully you can enjoy the second half of this game
Thank you, Vinny. We'll enjoy it.
from a nice dry place. Chris Cowdery and
Cheers.
Henry Blofeld with me, and Rico Ball will be back. It will be the Australian Kangaroos chasing 188 for victory when we return. Sussex with 187 for 9 in their 30 overs. We'll take a break. Back soon in around about 10 minutes with the second innings here. You're watching Cricket Legends TV, and this is the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival 2026. Hey, lovely work.
Very good.
That was fun.
Very fun.
No,
Yeah,
thank
really
you.
good.
Actually, things started happening.
Hello viewers and welcome back as you get ready for the start of the reply from the Australian Kangaroos to see if they can get to this 188 now. You wouldn't be wanting to bet against them. Remember what they did against Warwickshire when they needed 200 for victory, but different day, different conditions, and I'm expecting that the ball is going to move around a little. It's going to be difficult for the bowlers. I do feel though that if you get bowlers that get into their rhythm early and get a good line and length going, that will make it difficult for the Kangaroos. But let's just have a look at some of the main performances in that first innings, and there was plenty of them, wasn't there? With the bat, of course, in Rippongal again in the runs, 54 not out of 54. Alan Wyatt came in towards the end, made 41 of 36, but don't forget the very important knock there from Terry Beeks, 25 of 25, got the acceleration going when they needed to, and well, Peter Braccia, what a bit of bowling from him. 5 for 34, was on a hat-trick on 2 occasions, and almost took a 6 for as well. There was a team hat-trick in there as well, so plenty of action in that innings. Now, there was some rain again, and heavy rain as the players came off. Little bit of drizzle around as the teams have gone on. The number of overs as yet have not changed, so it's still going to be 30 overs, weather permitting, for the Australian Kangaroos to go out there and try and knock these runs off. Very important match this, particularly, it has to be said, for Sussex. They need a win here. If they get a win here, then they keep everything open going into the final day of play tomorrow, and they'll start with a good shot. Well, maybe that one should be in honour of David Gower, who is, of course, another very good left-hander. He was born today in 1957. Well, they said that he was able to swivel the short ball away for a great pull shot. Well, that was as good as any. And that's get swiveled away. 4 carreras. And that's the first runs on the board. And they're not hanging around, are they? It was the short delivery, the pull shot. And that's 4 runs straight away. Nicely hit as Randall McDonald gets things off the mark. I think the scorers just need to get the batters the right way round here at the moment. That is the left-hander on strike, not Darren. So Randall McDonald gets the swivel away for 4. Umpires coming together here. Not sure what they're talking about here. And just like that, it is Randall who is switched to the opener, but a really nice shot. And Randall, he needs to get him off to a good start, and he's not hanging around. And some discussion between the umpires. I wonder if that was perhaps maybe the bowler, Kevin, also Brooke, having a chat with them. Maybe he's a bit concerned about his run up when he put his foot down. Remember, it's his birthday as well. Oh, also Brooke. That's defensively played away. Welcome back to everybody, wherever you are around the world tuning in. It's great to have you with us. It was great to have 2 legends in here as well. And, Henry Blofeld and Chris Cowdery. That's a nice shot outside the off the ball. This is the issue here, really. You see the fielder just slips there, picking the ball up. But for example, now that ball has slithered across the boundary, and it's going to get pretty wet. It's going to be hard to handle for the bowler. You can see that you got the old-fashioned rag man, who's that's Kevin Goldsmith. It's his job to try and keep the ball nice and dry here for also Brooke. So now it will be Darren on strike, and gets a bit of bat on this. That one, he had to dig that one out. It did stay a little bit low. Remember, we've said this before, that when that pitch does get wet, that ball does kind of skid through. And Darren blocks that one out. It's played away, wants the single, and a good early shot of no there from Randall. So Darren Christensen. What a good start. Remember, the most important thing, I suppose, this is for the Australian Kangaroos is not to fall too far behind the rate they need. But of course, got to go around about a runner ball will keep them on track as the over comes to an end, and they just fall short of that. They're just going to get the 5. So even though there was that boundary, I suppose also Brooke does get his line right. Let's go a little bit further with his length. So 5 off the first. 2 batters just having a chat. I think both of them will be saying, okay, we know what we've got to do here. We don't want to fall too far behind, but it's also important to keep this partnership building and wickets in hand. Wickets in hand could be key, because one thing we do know about the Kangaroos, that if they need to go at 9s, they can do it. They did that for more or less 15 overs against Warwickshire. That's how they got that win. It all happened in the second part of the innings, but they were able to do it because they had the wickets in hand. And of course, they've got those big hard hitters to come. Jock O'Connor, he was sensational in that match and that win against Warwickshire, as was, of course, Murphy. Wait, big solid call of Wait. And of course, Peter Vachia. 5 wickets. And he won't want to be remembered for taking 5 wickets and ending up on the losing side. And in comes Cox. And, well, comes off something. There may have been a bit of pad on there. That was one that Randall would have been looking to put away. It was there, it was short, it was down the leg side. And this time he does get a little bit of something on it. But once again, anything down the leg side, he'd be looking to put it away well. And first time I saw Randall batting, I was very impressed with the way that he played. That was the day where he scored in their very first match, match number 4 of this festival, when he scored 58 of 50 balls. And he just looked, I said at the time, he looks like, when I started playing cricket and was kind of introduced to those gritty left-handers. He reminded me of the old style left-hander where he was very good at hooking and pulling, and played in that area of behind 45 on fairly regularly. Cox, who's got that could be too high, and I'm surprised he's got away with this. I'd like to see this again on the replay. I think that's too high, honestly. It's waist or above, and the umpires are pretty happy with this, but if I'm the batter, I'm going to be pretty filthy with it. Looked high. Maybe the umpires are feeling a little for the bowlers, but no, look, fair play to the Australians. No complaints from them, just getting on with it. Hello to Chris Smith, who's joining in. I hope you're well, and thank you for joining us. Thank you to everybody that does, as Cox gets another good delivery in there again. And it looks like we're getting some support in for some of the Australians, and maybe they need it here at the moment. They've got another run chase. Remember, they had to pull off a incredible run chase to book their place against the Canada Masters. Now that's the big match, isn't it? That's the big match. I suppose whatever happens in this one, that's the big match, because that would be, of course, Sussex. They would have played their 2 games after this one. Now, Sussex lost their first, remember, against the Masters. So they've got no points. Canada Masters have got 2 points. If Sussex win this one, they'll be on 2. And the Kangaroos will be on 0. But if the Kangaroos then can get that win tomorrow against the Canada Masters, then all the 3 teams in the championship pool will be on 2 points, and it goes down to net run rate. So that's actually a very important point, and something that I think is going to be a feature here, and the Kangaroos will know that. It's a nice shot played there by Randall. So the one thing that the Kangaroos will be saying to themselves is, okay, we could go down in this match, but we have to come close. You don't want to lose badly. So it comes down to, if you're going to lose, lose well, not badly, because the net run rate is going to be very, very important, or could be, particularly if they go down in the match. Also Brooke. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just after his first, remember he was hit for 4 of his first ball, but he came back really well. One thing also Brooke does, he gets that ball. I mean, he's a tall guy, we know that. It is tall guy is Kevin, and he sends that ball down from a good height, and I think his height allows him usually to get a good length delivery in again. This time's a little bit shorter, and that's guided away, and that's going to race away for 4. Also Brooke stands there contemplating his decision of banging this one in a little bit short, but he allows Darren Christensen to play away at a wider delivery, and Christensen makes no mistake. Our ball, Tori short sigi, Tori wide sigi, and Darren Christensen board badhiya shot mariya, cut shot for 4. Joka lagia, Shaba takes that score up to 13. So also Brooke being hit through his second boundary. Oh, goes to play the same shot again, but this time the ball didn't quite have the same amount of width. They have also put a fielder, it's Cox on the boundary. Cox is always warming up, and he does it that Karate Kid style. A little bit of the wax on, wax off. I think Yanka should actually film Cox. He's always warming up. He's doing the old, I call it the wax on, wax off moves. He's doing the, what was the other one? Painting the door. Wrist up. Well, now he's going to hope he can put all of that into the bowling. But Adrian, the scorer, just saying that he does have a muscle problem, so he's got to keep moving, otherwise he will stiffen up. So, yeah, it makes sense because, well, I think everybody today needs to keep moving. We need to keep moving. I'm up and down my chair. It is very, very nippy is the right word at the moment. Here comes Cox again. Oh, it's a good delivery. He got him. It's gone through. He's got him. He's got him. It's the breakthrough. And Christensen will go, you see, warm up, do your exercises, and you'll be rewarded with a breakthrough. And he does. And this one must have done a bit. Seems to have, what does it do here? I wonder if we can see anything. Thinks he has it covered, but look at that. I think it catches a bit of the pad onto the stumps. Christensen will go after playing a nice shot in that last over to the boundary. Played a lovely cut shot, but there'll be no more from him in this one. He goes for 7. 7 off 11. Bowled by Cox. New bat makes his way out there in the middle, and it's Jock O'Connor. Big Jock O'Connor. Now, one thing I noticed about O'Connor, reminded me a little bit, or very similar to Ian Justin from Canada Masters. He does like to get on that front foot and hit over the top. But in that last match, when he scored those big runs, he did take a bit of time to get going. He comes forward nicely to play this one. It's partially stopped by Cox. Then the ragman gets to work on the ball, and this time it is the captain, Mick Brazil. Wasn't it nice? I mean, we've had some lovely people coming into the commentary hub today. It's probably a wide, is it? No, says the umpire. And Kit might have caught a little bit of the pad on the way through. And a lot of people joining in this afternoon who probably weren't with us in the morning. A big loud calling, comes a throw, direct hit. Well, you had to be quick to get there. And Randall, well, he's probably quicker than most people in this festival. And as a result of that, he just makes it in. It was a great pickup, great throw, but great positioning also there from the umpire. Umpire was right in line with that, and a quick shake of the head to say not out, but it was close. Great bit of fielding. And excellent work. Let's see it again here on the replay. Brilliantly done, but he does make it, but he had to hustle. And it just clips his away. Good early call. And from O'Connor, picks up the single. So I have lost that wicket. Yeah, just going back to some of the days being celebrated today. International Fun at Day Work. And, misses out on this one. Yeah, so International Fun at Day Work is just one such time of the year when working and having fun are meant to collide. Well, we've certainly done that here in the commentary hub, having the likes of Blowers in here and Chris Cowdery, which links in quite nicely to National Fun Day in general, which of course is all about having a little bit of fun. Fun days are perfect for having time dedicated to exactly that. It gives everybody the chance to unwind, relax, and get a little silly maybe at times. Well, we got a little bit silly this morning because it was April Fool's Day as well, also known as All Fool's Day, and celebrated every year on the 1st of April. And April Fool's Day is a holiday when people play pranks on each other and try and trick their friends and family. Well, also Brooke is going down here. Well, he doesn't see too much fun on National Fun Days. He slips. I think he was first ball he bowled, having a chat with the umpires about this. Now, it's a tricky one, isn't it, for the umpires? I mean, that drizzle is hanging around because of some of these dark clouds. There is clearer skies perhaps coming this way, but there's also a bit of rain. So they're going to have to keep an eye on this because obviously one of the most important things for an umpire is the safety of the players. And if they do feel that it is getting a little bit tricky, it becomes tough. Thing about this is, though, I will say that Sussex probably are the team that, well, they wouldn't want to go off just yet. I mean, if the 10 overs have been bowled and then they go off and things are looking better for them in terms of the DLS, then fair enough, because they get the 2 points, but they don't want to share the points here. If the match gets abandoned, 1 point for them is no good. So there's a lot of things to take into account as that one gets played away for a couple. So yeah, of course, All Fool's Day. The origins of April Fool's Day are unclear, but it's believed to have originated in ancient Rome as a festival called Hilaria. And the holiday has since spread around the world and is now celebrated in many countries on April Fool's Day, when people often play practical jokes on one another. So, well, why don't you let me know in the chat if somebody played a bit of a practical joke on you. I know this morning, and I had a little bit of fun with at Vinny's expense, telling you all that he was going to retire, or he had announced his retirement from commentary. Of course, it was just for fun. And those of you that wake up in the morning and have a look at the calendar and realise what the day is, obviously were latched onto it pretty quickly. That, of course, it was just an April Fool's. Shorter and into the body of the left-hander Randall. And that rain now is just starting to get a little bit heavier. The umpires will keep an eye on it. It's one of those. There's that drizzle, but every so often, it's like more of a scattered shower than a drizzle. That's played away. Work to be done here. Fielder chasing it. Underley, Iwa, and well, I think that probably is 4. Yeah, umpire Ankit has seen it. It's 4 runs being signalled by the umpire. Save your legs. It's 4 runs. It's a great effort there from Cox. And Cox, very sportingly, also is signalling to the umpire, say, yeah, it was 4. He tried hard. He had a lot of ground to cover. It's not easy as the ball was skidding across that surface. Gets a foot on it, does Cox. But unfortunately, all he managed to do was guide the ball onto the rope. 4 runs, an important 4 runs. As the score at the end of the 5 overs that have been bowled moves to 23. So 23. There's that wicket that has gone. Remember, like for like. Let's talk about like for like. After 5 overs, Sussex were on 40 for 1. So remember that they did get off to a flyer, and you can see that being reflected there on what we call the worm. I bet there's plenty of worms out there at the moment. They're loving this weather, the worms and the snails, as Rahul knows all about. Let's just say Rahul had a close encounter with a snail this morning. And that gets played away for a single. So Cox does continue. That's a good-looking shot. That's the shot that we know that O'Connor has on him. Remember what I said to you, that in that win against Warwickshire, every so often in the beginning of his innings, O'Connor came up with a shot like this, and this time it's against Cox, and I thought that would then be the start of more. But then, like a snail, he would go back into his shell, and then out of the blue, he'd come and play another until he was joined out there by the likes of Murphy, and then the two of them just went ballistic. So he likes to take his time to get his iron. Well, that's high. Good luck. That's gone to the moon and back, and there ain't no mountain high enough, as Marvin Gaye would sing on the day that we sadly lost Marvin and back. And in 1984, the America singer-songwriter, well, that was his song, Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Well, that one went up to the top of a mountain and came back and wasn't taken. That's a big moment with O'Connor being put down a 9, a very difficult opportunity. Look, when you consider, it's another one that's a direct hit, not out, but when you consider the weather conditions, the ball is wet, it's like a bar of soap, it's raining, it is, I wouldn't say it's lashing down, but it's not comfortable to be out there. But you can see, you can understand what Sussex are trying to do. They want to see and believe and know, that's the other thing, know that they're on top when it comes to the end of the 10 overs. And if they are on top after 10, then they might start to try and persuade the umpires that, hey, but at the same time, I think the Kangaroos also need to be thinking about that. They need to be thinking about the situation. And let me have a quick look at 10 overs. It was 57 for 3. That's where Sussex was. So though they got a good start, they were then pegged back. Plays that into the ground. Could have gone anywhere. Could have chopped that onto his own stumps. Will take just a run. Cox. It's the end of the over. 6 overs now completed. 31 for 1. Looks like also Brook to his mark. They need maybe a couple of wickets here just to slow things down. That's been hooked away quite nicely. Good fielding there on the boundary. They just take the single. Didn't want to take on the fielder. Yeah, so let us know if anybody played any practical jokes on you today, this morning. They always say it has to be done in the morning. If you do it late in the day, then you're the fool. Well, he's happy to just play that away. Not taking the chance, not taking the risk to try and play. Not to play a dangerous shot. Alterbrook Alterbrook is having a chat here once again with the umpire and saying, hey, you know, I am slipping a little. So there is already discussions about that slipping. Well, it's another pull shot. Again, doesn't quite get it right. I think he wants to play this, wants to get the swivel on it and hit it between the short square and fine leg, but he's not able to get the swivel on it. It kind of catches up with him a little, so it's just going to take a single. Slow ball, and it'll be a dot ball as well. Nice try there from Alterbrook, and didn't pick it as well. That was the other thing there. Came kind of out, just wrapped his fingers around it. Not quite back of the hand, but enough to throw Randall. I think probably it's still, it'll be interesting to see where they are at 10 overs if the weather allows them to do so, because that will be a good point to have a look and see where the teams are if it does go down to the DLS. That's a good looking shot, and Will want to come back for 2. Well, he's going to have to really get his skates on here, but the throw doesn't quite have the legs. And that's going to be a couple runs taken here. So Brook goes back to his mark. That little bit of drizzle, just pretty persistent. Short again, and this one will be a wide. Goes for the big shot, doesn't it? And if you got anything on that, it probably would have gone all the way, but wide ball it is. Can they put the extra ball away? Score here, 37, as the wind changes direction and the angle of the rain now is kind of blowing right into the bowler. Pushes it away. Careful batting. If you ask me, the Kangaroos have already, I think, looked at this. I think they know, though, Sussex got off to a good start. Sussex, I repeat, if we go by 5 overs, let's look at the first 5. Sussex 40 for 1, and they were ahead because the Kangaroos after 5 were 23. But then came the squeeze from the Kangaroos, and the next 5 overs only went for 17. So after 10, it was 57 for 3. And I think the Kangaroos are basically saying to themselves, we want to be ahead. after 10, because that's what constitutes a match here. And Sussex, they will know that as well. So Sussex, a point, if this match is abandoned, is no good to them. They need a win. And if they're going to win this match, they've got to try and get themselves ahead at the 10-over mark. And I think the only way to do that is by picking up some wickets here and slowing down the run rate. It's worth mentioning that though it was 57 to score, Sussex had lost 3 wickets at that time. So a lot of things to talk about: the weather, the cricket, a 5-wicket haul, and Henry Blowfield being here along with Chris Cowdery. A bit of width played away. Bat on ball at the moment is what the Kangaroos are focusing on, as Cox starts over number 8 with a single. A few people shaking legs and trying to keep their hands warm. It is cold here. Big shout out to everybody here in the hub, to Sam, to Rahul, to Adrian, to Mike who's behind us. Well, everybody doing a great shift, to Garrett who's around somewhere, and of course, oh, that's a no-y. That's a no-y, and that is probably going to be a minimum. There's no way that's not a no ball for me. I'm sorry. No way. No way. Mike is saying dipped. I'm not buying this at all. It's not been called. Not been called. I'd love to see the replay. Give me a replay of that, because they've got away with murder here. They've got away with murder. Let's have a look. I want to see this replay. This ball is, he doesn't go charging. Watch this. I mean, how is that not a no ball? How is that not? No way, Mike.
Mike's gone quiet.
If you're an honest man, or if you're an honest man, I want to hear what you got to say.
Live, I would say it looked like a no ball. But it's difficult to call. It's one of those. It was dipping. You have to judge whether.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Mike's confidence level took a real dive after we saw the replay. Yeah, he's trying to back his man. To be honest, it's hard to see anything with the rain in your eyes. Vinny Sander, I've come back. I've come to help you out.
Welcome back.
I've just come back to restrain Rico. But, I will. To be quite honest,
get these cable ties off me.
A very good indicator, soft indicator for that is when a horizontal bat shot is played to those kind of balls. And I think, although it was dipping, it would dip to probably belly button at the lowest.
But
the other thing is, some of these players, they wear their trousers so high at this age that you start to think the waist is a lot higher than it is.
Hey, the other day I was shushed by the scorers. Today, Garrett is shushing me. Is there some interviews going on?
Yeah, in fact, you're about to do yours.
I'm doing an interview?
I'd say it's more of an interrogation.
Oh, dear.
This thing that scared me, this is for Malta TV, they actually had done their research and had specific questions for me.
Oh, really? What do you have? Can you prepare me,
I had
please?
to answer indoor cricket questions.
Can you prepare me? I need to be.
I've
I've been called by the headmaster. I know this look. This takes me back.
Well, yesterday you gave Garrett the finger. Now he's giving you the finger. I don't know whether he wants a massage or an interview.
I gave him more than a finger, Vinny. I gave him more than a finger. I've been summoned into the headmaster's office.
Right, well, I guess
bye, everybody. It's been nice knowing you.
Anyway, so end of the 8th over. Run a ball pace for the Kangaroos so far, which, pretty much would get them where they need to be if they go at that 6 and over. They just wouldn't want to fall a lot behind. I think, we have seen that 1 wicket fall, but I think you're seeing with these two teams, one of the reasons they've both ended up in the Champions Pool is the fact that they have kind of wanted to start at tempo and maybe dictate the pace a little bit more than some other teams that were happy just to kind of conserve wickets in hand and let that scoring rate drop in the early part of the innings. Anyway, come back now. Alsterbrook, the birthday boy, wasn't too happy to be run out earlier on. And I don't think he's really enjoyed his spell too much going at run a ball so far. 4.1 overs, none for 25. But a big test for the Kangaroos. The rain's coming down as well at the moment as this has turned around the corner. One thing you would say, and I don't want to tempt fate here, but when we've had rain interruptions, they generally have been short and sharp. So I'm not so sure that if they went off, you would say that's the end of the game. But there's always that risk, isn't there? So, we keep an eye on the Duckworth Lewis at the moment. The veterans are ahead by. They're ahead by 8. A little bit short, and that's going to be pulled away. It's going to be a couple of bounces and across the line. That's a very, very good shot. Although it was kind of put on a platter, wasn't it, by Alsterbrook. 4 carreras en la lluvia. Hay mucha lluvia hoy in Malta. Hoy. Yeah, in Malta. Lots of rain today. Got to say my Spanish is better than my Maltese. I am interested by Maltese, but it is challenging. It's many influences, of course, here in Malta, in the language, in the culture, in the architecture as well. But right now, there's a few cold chocolate ice creams out there for Sussex, rocking their short sleeves, most of the players as well. Anyway, the Kangaroos trying to keep things moving. They are more or less at the rate now after that boundary off the bat of McDonnell. Good comeback though from Alsterbrook. I wonder on the scale of 1 to Peter Siddle how his birthday's going. It hasn't really gone to plan so far. He was run out. What club's that? In Victoria? On Latrobe. Latrobe in Morwell, actually. Kevin played with Frankie Spiteri, of course, the chief head honcho. Oh, Peter Siddle played there. Okay, gotcha. Well, Peter Siddle, give him a few years and he'll be eligible for this tournament. He's still playing into his 40s and bowling in the 140s kilometres an hour, of course. I'd say it's a very good choice of hat that Randall has gone for here, given the amount of rain that's currently falling. Interesting he hasn't gone for the corks on the strings on the hat. I think for full authenticity, that would have been a good look. Alsterbrook needs a highlight. Won't get one here as McDonnell jams down on this. Should get a fairly easy 2. So just, it's a busy kind of innings, isn't it? And how important was it? Peter Vrecchia, his 5 wickets at the tail end of that first innings. Sussex looked destined to get 200 plus in the end. We're stranded in the 180s. End of the over. 57 for 1. Warm welcome to everyone, of course, watching on Cricket Legends TV. We've had viewers from all around the world. Rico's popped out for a second. He's getting the interrogation. I should keep it down. Let's listen to Rico's answers here. He's talking about the rain, so obviously it's a bit of a slow interview so far. He's talking about Spain, which is interesting, seeing we're currently in Malta. You can't... Probably is. I know we're hoping to... But I think, to be fair, Spain has been pretty cruel to us on occasion with the weather as well. It's one of these things where it's almost like you're more surprised. In England, when it rains, everyone kind of shrugs their shoulders. It does rain everywhere in the world sometimes. So it just hits a bit harder here in Malta because you're not expecting it. Anyway, well dug out first up. As this is Paddy Smith, who is bowling. Jock O'Connor, I say, kept very well for Australia in the first innings. Kept well in the tournament when he's been asked to do that job. Again, you can see this. He plays this shot with the intent of scoring. It's just it's a subtle change in mindset, but an important one. These first 10 overs, they're not just there to kind of bat time. In a 30-over game, you do need to make the most out of it. And of course, if you can score it, run a ball through the first 10, you are taking a lot of pressure off the batters to come. It's one thing to say you got wickets in hand, but you've got to think about the situations you're putting your teammates in. Even here, I mean, looking for the single, it's not quite there that time. Good communication between the Australians. Yeah, Chris has given me the kilometres an hour to miles per hour conversion. I've got to say, I suppose maybe now I am bilingual with my Spanish, but I consider myself kind of bi-speedal, and I'm also bi-temperatural. I'll explain what that is in a minute. Having spent a bit of time in the US, I can do the Celsius Fahrenheit pretty well. I can also do the kilometres to miles. So yeah, 144 kilometres an hour is is 90 kilometres an hour. Let me try and say that again. 144 kilometres an hour is 90 miles per hour. And basically for every 16 kilometres an hour, it's an extra 10. That's how I work it. So I kind of use a few, especially with cricket and bowling, the markers I would use 112, 128, 144, 160 at 70, 80, 90 and 100 miles an hour. I've got to say, I mean, the whole world uses kilometres. I don't mind miles per hour for bowling speeds because 100 is kind of perfection, I suppose. All right, lifts this up in the air. We'll get over mid-on, but it will somehow bounce backwards. A sign that it's been a pretty rough afternoon for the fielders. And good running there. Randall hustles back for a couple. Yeah, and it's kind of the same with baseball pitching. The fastest bowlers in cricket are pretty comparable to the fastest baseball pitchers who can touch 100 miles an hour on occasions, even slightly faster actually in baseball. I think the difference between cricket and baseball pitchers is there's a lot more pitchers that can throw 90 miles an hour compared to bowlers that can bowl 90 miles an hour. End of the over, 61 for 1 after 10. So required rate 6.35. I feel the Australians will feel reasonably comfortable with that required rate in the sixes at 6.35 and over required at the moment through the last 20 overs. But again, there's always this question of the rain being around. John Murphy directing the troops from the hub. He's using some kind of, it was almost like, you know, those people on the runway that waved the planes in. He had all kinds of arm signals out there, but I think they're going pretty well, these two. They built a partnership, more or less run a ball each of these two. McDonnell's faced 30 balls at this stage. A little bit short, and left-hander turns that one around the corner, finds the fielder. Yeah, it's interesting. I mentioned this the other day that I don't necessarily think it's a good thing for the players to know the Duckworth-Lewis par during the game, because they start trying to game the system, saying, oh, you know, we definitely can't play in this. They know that they're a couple of runs ahead, and how, especially in a close game, how quickly it can swing the other way. We've actually had this situation in Europe many times. Whacked back. Again, we'll test the outfield, but it probably pulls up. It's a heavy track at the moment. They will get to. These two have run well together. But we've had a situation in Belgium. I'll give you an example where essentially we had a 2 versus 3 preliminary final kind of game, and the team that was second was basically threatening the officials, saying it is definitely unsafe to play. It's impossible to play. We will sue you. We will get our lawyers. There's no way we can play this game. And essentially then they won their way through to the final, as this is cut away, and this should be 4. It's an excellent bit of batting from O'Connor, who used the width on offer there from Roger Smith, and he hit it away to the boundary. But anyway, in Belgium, in this European Cricket Series tournament, the team that finished higher in the 2 versus 3 game were saying there's no way you can play. And in the end, they did make it through to the final, where in even worse conditions, they said, it's absolutely fine. What are you talking about? You cannot take us off. It's barely raining. It was pretty much flooded at that point. And it just shows you that cricketers, I know it's a game built on sportsmanship, but if you change the word sports for game, then you see a fair bit of gamesmanship as well at times. Again, they should get to. These two are showing their fitness here. Remember, the Australians coming off a 3.5-day break, and they're looking fighting fit. The other funny thing is, okay, the outfield being a bit slower is one issue, but over the last few years, we've kind of seen raining conditions favouring the batters. The fact that it's a nightmare to field in, basically, and also the slippery ball for the bowler. Keeps a little bit low on O'Connor. Misses out. Well taken behind the stumps by Rippengale, who's having a very good game. Also keeping up to the stumps without the helmet. Not something you see too much these days. I know a lot of these players were brought up in a different era. But, yeah, you've got to be careful. A little deflection there. This wide-brimmed hat would give only limited protection. As Rico Fall back from the interrogation room.
Back.
And we will get to the end of the over. It's 71 for 1 after 11. How did your interview go?
Well, let's just say this, as I was called in as being a naughty boy by Garrett. The old trick of putting a magazine down your trousers worked, and Henry Blofield came in very handy. Thank you, Henry. Not Henry in general, but the book. Henry Blofield, sharing my love of cricket. Well, it did the job. The cane, the old dreaded. They don't have that anymore.
Yeah, he was.
It's not allowed. It's but in my days, you had the cane. If you were naughty, but the kids, well, if you got away with it, put a magazine or something in there. You didn't feel it.
What?
Or did you have the slipper?
No.
Did you have any of that when you were at school?
We
The
did.
slipper. The old slipper came out. Shot.
Oh, wow. That's a rocket of a straight drive by O'Connor. It was just a snap of the hand through the ball, and it raced along this slick outfield for runs. Hey,
Yeah,
I want to know
really
about
good
your
hit.
questions.
My
Did I give you some personalised questions? Where did the beard come from?
No,
or something?
nothing like that. Maybe I'm lucky enough. I don't have all of that stuff anywhere on.
They deep dived on me.
He said to me, "Do you know Malta?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I nearly died here. I know it really well."
That is true. I mean, we don't talk about that much, but you did get the dreaded C virus, didn't you?
I
at
did
the
get
end of
the virus.
Basically, you basically caused the season to finish in 2020 because there's nobody left. You're a super spreader.
Super. I was locked up. I felt like I was imprisoned in Malta. It did. I mean, we can laugh about
Great
it now, but it wasn't great. So it's Christmas. I was here. My New Year, my birthday. I eventually did get home. But
Alive.
There was me and Rob Camming, of course, Sir Rob Camming.
Sir Rob Camming.
Yeah, but no, he asked me about Malta. What else did he ask me? He asked me about how did I think TV was important for cricket, and I said, yeah, of course, very, very much so. And he was saying, the game can sometimes get a little bit boring. Does it affect the way that you call in and commentate? And I said, well, not really. I think we find other
We
ways
can
to
always find something, can't we?
Yeah, we can.
I think people do struggle. I tried to communicate this last night to an extent at the evening, but people don't understand the amount of hours that we've done. I mean, together we would have done over 6,000 hours of television, and kind of if you added up our respective totals, it's something like 18,000 hours of live television. So I wouldn't say we've seen everything. I mean, the other day proved that there's still things we haven't seen, but I think that, I suppose, we normally find something to talk about, and hopefully people find it interesting. I asked Chris Cowdery and Henry Blofield what makes a good commentator, and he just said something very simple. He said, it's just someone you'd want to listen to, and hopefully enough people want to listen to us that they want to tune in.
Yeah, well, we hope so. Well, that's a good delivery. Gets him being. Hey, I know it's still raining, but it is getting brighter. But you kind of feel here that one team probably would be more than happy just to walk off right now. That's the ruse. But I think Sussex, they know they've got to stick it out. They've got to try and win this match.
Well, they do. The other thing with the Aussies is, if they could win and win well and kind of go at the pace they're going right now, win with some overs to spare, then it gives them a bit of a buffer going into the Canadian game. Obviously, if they win it, then they're going to win no matter what.
Yeah.
But if there is a possibility all teams will finish 1-1 here, then obviously the margin comes into it. And I suppose Australia have the opportunity to kind of improve their dominance in the game as well, if we keep continuing to play. Right now, it's looking bright enough, comparatively speaking. End of 12 overs, the Aussie Kangaroos are 78 for 1.
Yeah, I know that the net run rate is the sort of thing that you keep a good eye on, but of course, I think the Canada Masters, with the way they beat Sussex, their net run rate is looking pretty healthy. So
that's right.
So yeah, you're absolutely right, because there is every it can happen. If the weather turns really nasty and there's no play tomorrow, then that net run rate could be massive.
Yeah, it is. It's a big one, isn't it? With the Aussies out to prove a point. I mean, they're coming off 3.5 days break. I mean, they're here to play. They'd rather this game go the distance. I think, stay 30 overs and
Yeah.
stay in a dominant position. Again, that's only good. More cricket's only good, I think, for them, especially with their batters getting more of an opportunity into, what essentially, if they do win today, becomes the final tomorrow between the Canadians and the Australians. And who would have thought that there'd be such a big rivalry in cricket, Australia versus Canada. But not discounting Sussex here, of course. But it's one of the more unlikely rivalries in sport, isn't it?
Very much so it is. And I have to say, though, likewise, as we've said, with the Kangaroos, who, of course, we saw here last year, and it's great that they've come back this year. And they do add so much flair and passion, I think, to this festival. But the Canadians, first time we've seen them, and they've been absolutely superb as well.
Been great.
They've got the Canadian Wags, and I think the Wags will try and get under the skin of the Australians tomorrow.
Well, as long as the Australians don't try to get under the skin of the Wags. And
things have happened.
We could have some issues. We could have quite a highly charged atmosphere.
Stranger things can happen, but look, I think the Canadians, first time they're here, and the way that they've taken to it, I mean, not just playing the cricket, but the way they've been involved in all the social events. Of course, they were there yesterday, you two, and they were loving it. And it was a lovely lady that won the.
It was Anushka.
Anushka,
who
that's
won.
right.
I revived an old concept, which was the Sandu Cup of rock, paper, scissors in the room. And then you dropped a bombshell, even though we had 70 basically umpires and referees. You branded her as a cheater.
Well,
You said that because she had a few weird and wonderful signals.
I think she played on the fact she kept on saying to you, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. She knew what she was doing.
You think that she had...
She was crafty. And she did get Garrett. Where's Garrett? She beat Garrett when it was just 4 left.
Yeah.
So if you can call it the semi-final.
Do you think it's time we need the DRS in RPS, rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, I think Garrett probably wanted to say, hang on a minute, you let me go first, watch, and did it. But
When I saw her throw the 3 fingers in round 1, I knew there was something up.
Garrett, being a true gentleman, was like, nah, it's okay, no problems. But that was fun. That was good fun. It was a really good night, actually. And as you said, Johnny Grimmer was there singing away and on his guitar. And, of course, what a lot of people probably didn't know, because, of course, unfortunately, the transportation, the buses had turned up to take people to their respective hotels. But then afterwards, you had a little bit of a session with him as well.
Oh, it was just a bit of fun. It was more... I quite like music sometimes. I don't, believe it or not, I don't need an audience. But of course, going back when I was younger, I was quite musical. I suppose still got a little bit of that in me. It takes your mind off your troubles, doesn't it? If you're playing an instrument or if you're singing a song. So, I mean, that... put it in my bag of jack of all trades that, occasionally tickle the ivories. But yeah, I really enjoyed last night. The rock, paper, scissors, that was something, again, that I just decided on the spot because we had a draw in the first 2-up that we did. We did 2-up as well. No, the Kangaroos, they'd be very familiar with that. And we played a bit of 2-up. First time 2-up's been played for a Lord's keyring, I think. But anyway, beautifully hit ball there from O'Connor. Absolutely smashed. And the birthday boy, he does well to get in the way. At least his birthday's going to improve tonight because they're, of course, done with their matches. Sussex, I wonder if that was on purpose, that they've probably timed their tour to finish on Kevin's birthday.
Is that Chris?
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah.
Chris.
Can we get Chris in here?
I want Chris in it. You know why I want Chris in here?
I know why you want him here.
I want Chris in here because I've been told something about Chris. And it was Kenneth. So if I'm wrong here, Kenneth takes the blame. Now, Chris, unfortunately, you can see him limping around, so he's unfit to play. Now, Chris, I've been told that... As Chris, first of all, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure. Nice to be here.
Now, I've been told that you're an expert yodeler.
Yes, but unfortunately today the weather is just a bit too cold. My vocal cords are sufficiently stretched.
Come on. I reckon you can give us a little yodel because now that you've admitted that you are, we gotta maybe after this delivery, let's hear some of your yodeling. And I think, to be fair, if you do it, then everybody here, nobody run out of here, you're staying in here, everybody's going to have a go. So go on, give us what you got.
We're excited.
That's my warm-up.
Okay, that's warm-up. Okay, that's warm-up.
Honestly, otherwise last night's dinner might make a reappearance. You know, if I go for the high notes. It's a bit like cricket. It's a bit like cricket at our age. You need to warm up before you perform.
But what makes a good yodeler? Like, are you trying to find the break in your voice? I'm curious about it. I mean, in all seriousness, what are the techniques you employ? It's a lot about relaxation. You've got to get in the zone as well. You know, because there's some really high notes you got to hit, and that's really stretching the capacity, the capability of your vocal cord.
Okay, well, you can.
There's a lot of science behind it.
You be the judge now. You be the judge. I'm gonna try and get all the way over there, Vinny. You go on the mic over there with.
With Chris and I will judge, but I'm also interested. What got you into yodeling? Is it true that you spent some time in Switzerland? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, my father, bless him, was Swiss, and he came over in the 1950s to the UK, met a lovely young lady, and the rest is history. And I'm here, so I am part Swiss. I play cricket, which is pretty English, and do various other English things, and. So I go to Switzerland to see family and be a tourist like everyone else when I can afford it. It's very expensive there.
It is true. I mean, we've actually called quite a bit of cricket in Switzerland over the last few years. I've played in cricket on ice a couple of times, but also we've had European Cricket Series in Switzerland. We've been to St. Gallen for cricket. We're planning to go to Zuoz this year to broadcast some cricket. Also in Zurich as well. A lot of good things happening. Switzerland back in the ICC, which is good. I know that their women's team are called their first ever T20 international actually as well. So that means, you would have qualified in another era. You could have played for Switzerland if they had the ICC backing earlier.
Well, my claim to fame actually was that at one stage, in my prime, I was self-proclaimed the best Swiss leg break bowler in Surrey. Yeah, and there's a lot of them, believe me.
We have to now. This is Yodeling Idol, and Chris is going to be the judge. I'll be the evil judge. I'll be the Simon Cowell. Okay, so who we got up first?
We've got Kenneth first.
Kenneth is first.
We'll
nice
go
and loud, please, Kenneth.
Kenneth has to go first because Kenneth, Chris, was the one who grassed you up and said you were the yodeler. So remember that when you're doing the judging.
We want you to have a go. We don't want anyone passing here.
Oh, he's got him. There's a breakthrough. We'll have to wait. There is a wicket. He's
saved
bowled
by the governor's phone call at the last moment. And would you believe it, McDonnell, he's batted so well. And he was closing in on the 50 balls. In the end, he'll have to go for 39. It's a wicket for Roger Smith, who has some reward for his efforts. And the score is 89 for 2. Yeah. And the only silver lining, I suppose, is we are going to hear Kenneth yodel. Our first contestant in Yodel Idol.
Drinks are going to be taken here. So here we go.
Okay,
here
Chris,
we go.
Would you like
to... You got to have a go. You got to have a go. Here we go.
I suggest you...
He's the best so far, Chris. How would you rate Kenneth's effort?
That was very impressive, actually.
Very impressive.
I was just back in the mountains there, you know?
All right,
with the cowbells and the shepherds.
Rahul.
He sounded like a 60s sitcom wife, Honey, I'm Home.
Yodel.
Oh, Rahul's arguing around.
All right, okay, you wait.
Rahul. No, Rahul's next.
Adrian will go next.
Okay.
The scorer.
Why haven't we done this before? This is great. Chris, how'd you rate that one?
Right, I have a door alarm that's very similar to that, actually. I have to say. So I'm just going to check my phone to see if actually it's gone off.
How about Rahul now? We've hit drinks break, so we've got plenty of time to continue.
That sounded like what was happening in the room next door to me last night about 2 o'clock in the morning.
That was not a sound I had thought would come out of his mouth. Put it that way.
Oh, Sam is serious.
He's
Yodelay, 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 ooh.
Are there bass yodelers?
No, he's gone for a different tone. I like your
okay.
thinking there.
Well,
You're
you now
approaching
know
from a
what you
different
got to
angle.
do. There's no
It
getting
takes
out
all
of it.
sorts.
Stop pretending you're working.
I basically have to howl like a bull.
You gotta look. I'll give you. You gotta go. Yodelay.
Oh, he goes pretty good, actually.
Dairy cows, by the way, they're female.
Okay.
That's good pitch. He shows promise.
Oh,
Rico,
boy.
you were very good. I guess everyone else has had a. Anyone else, Mike?
Mike is here.
Mike's here.
Mike on the mic.
Yodelay.
That's
not too
Good
bad.
range. Good.
All right. We've
I'm gonna
also
try.
got-
I'm gonna. You
got
mentioned
Barry here as well.
Yeah, we got Barry. Should have a go. Come on.
Yodelay.
He was good. He had a
All right,
gurgle in the
there we
middle.
go. Time to do the judging.
Now, let me have a go because
Oh.
if everyone else has done it, and I'm going to take your advice, I'm going to try and get in the zone. So I'm going to take myself. I'm going to be at the peak of a mountain, looking out over the Alps, and I'm sitting there, and I'm going to communicate with nature. But first, I have to call this ball of cricket, so I'm going to leave the zone momentarily. Luckily, it's just a forward defence. Murphy coming in. He was waving his arms crazily before, but now he's in the action. All right. Did I find the...
I thought Elvis was dead.
What is...
Very mournful. That was almost like the blues version of yodeling, you know.
Well, I'm just a bit mournful for the bowler who's been smacked away to the square leg boundary. Would you say that that you've seen many facets of yodeling in this competition, and even some that you didn't realise existed?
Indeed. I'm never surprised. That's what cricket. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, we were just talking about the fact we've done a combined 18,000 hours of live TV, and it's not often we do something that we haven't done before, but thanks to you, we have. So, Chris, I wish you all the best. Have a great night tonight.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the celebrations, and wishing you all the best.
Commiserations.
And you've got plenty to celebrate, put it that way. As you said, the best performing English team in the competition. And that can't be argued with. Chris, Ashton, what a guy.
What a guy.
What
Thank
a
you
guy.
very much, Chris.
The best, what was it again? The best Swiss leg spinner in Surrey. And now we got a big problem. A huge problem. A run out. And the Kangaroos, they'll be hopping mad, won't they? A miscommunication. Murphy was an immovable object there. O'Connor, who's been dominating in this chase, he's going to be run out for 34. And the run out kind of... what would you call it? The flood of run-outs continues, doesn't it? A run-out epidemic in match number 16. The veterans of the Aussie Kangaroos are 93 for 3.
That is massive. Well, they said that our yodeling was causing problems to people back home. It's caused problems for the batters as well. Or maybe we busted their earlobes and they couldn't hear the calling, but there is a wicket that goes down. That is huge. 2 set batters have gone. We know that Murphy just went out there. But all of a sudden, the Sussex team are back in this.
Wow. Amazing. Yes, I think it's another classic case of a batter that's new to the crease, maybe just not quite feeling the mojo yet. Murphy kind of stayed put, as it will cost him a dangerous hit. Of course, it can't come back now. But still, he scored it, the strike rate required. It'll be up to the middle order now to press their case. And look who it is, the 5-wicket bowler from the first innings, Peter Verrecchia, coming out. He won't be facing right now. This will be pretty interesting. He's batting 5 for the Aussie Kangaroos.
Well, game has been left wide open now with that run out. I mean, Peter's a very good batter. We know that.
And now it's the shoes on the other foot situation as Murphy wants to run and gets a sharp no from Verrecchia. End of the over, and we're halfway through this response. 93 for 3 after 15. You double that, you get 186. And, of course, the target 188 in this inning. So it's very much a 50-50 game at the moment. Bob Puka's watching, and he's saying that yodeling is terrible. Sounds like a cat being strangled. And saying we've heard it all now. And Yeah, also interesting, Bob, in an earlier comment was saying what makes a good commentator for him is being able to chat about anything with a sense of fun, and saying, Vinny and Rico, you are both the business. He could also listen all day to Agus and Tuffers. And yeah, I mean,
that's very nice.
It's a
Thank you
very
very
nice
much.
compliment. But I think it's also important. I'm very, tolerant now of commentators more than I used to be, I think, because I realise that, no commentator ever sets out to not do a good job.
Yeah.
And I think that it is very much open to interpretation. People deserve different styles. Well, Verrecchia, he's certainly got a good style as he clips that one way effortlessly, 4 runs to start his innings.
Well, the man who picked up 5 wickets and gets 4, and what a beautiful shot that is. He just leans into this, maybe slightly over pitch there from the bowler, but it still had to be put away in the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, very well timed. Earlier on. 5 wickets though, and he looked on for a 6, to be honest. Including he had this run of 4 none in balls. He was on a hat trick twice.
Yes, he certainly was.
Pretty close as well.
I think some of the Aussies are coming in and saying, damn, when those wickets have gone. That's clipped away, and they'll take one. Also, Brooke is after it, and yeah, you probably don't want to take any risk just here at the moment.
But again, both these teams, you can see how they've gotten to where they are in the tournament because they've had that sense of throughout their innings. I think that some of the teams, I don't think it's necessarily a case that there's a huge skill gap between some of the teams that aren't in this Champions Pool and some that are. But I think it comes down to a question of mindset and a certain, I suppose you'd call it an unselfishness from the top order that's required to take risks early and to risk, being out before your 50 balls.
Yeah.
In the attempt to keep the team score moving. In the end, it is a team game.
Yeah, very much so. So let's see. Let's see how they go here. So left-hander is Murphy. He plays that. Oh, what a good stop that is. He gets a hand on this. It takes all the pace on it. Batters still wanting to come back and take 2. Murphy, we know he's a proper athlete. And, Murphy at worst, Vinny, in that match, that incredible match that the Roos won. It was when Murphy went out there, and it looks like it was a lost cause, but I said at the time when he was marching up and down here in that match, wanting to go out there, there was something in his eyes.
He's got the killer instinct, doesn't he?
Sun is starting to come out here now. Everybody looking around to see if they can see that rainbow.
Beautiful shot. Really, really good shot, that one. He just rocks back onto the back foot and spanks it through point. 4 runs. And, well, Murphy, you said he's got that steely determination. Well, that was a very skillful cricketing shot.
A wonderful shot, that is. You see the 100 now on the board. And that's one thing, isn't it? I mean, when you've got a run chase like this, you set yourself little targets, don't you? Whether that's scores or whether that's when you get to a certain over. But bringing the 100 up here would be key for them. 104 now. What do you think the next point is? What would be the next landmark for the batters out there?
Yeah, look, I think something like this, you're looking at breaking into 5 over segments normally. So in a 30-over game. And so you'd say, all right, let's say we would 200 pace, that's 40 per 5 over segment. Okay, so probably, after 20 overs, they'd want to be something, so 6 segments of 5 overs, right? So you're looking at kind of 30 to 35 per 5 over segment. So probably they'd want to be around that, what would you say, about 20 overs, around about 120. At the pace they're going, they want to be a bit ahead of that. So something like 140 after 20, I think they'll feel like they're in good shape, leaving themselves, what would that be, kind of 50, less than a run a ball, put it that way, in the last 10.
Okay.
I mean, right now they need exactly a run a ball. So I actually think at this stage you're not necessarily looking in 5 over segments, but you're playing over by over, saying, look, we need 6 and over. Let's make sure, we eliminate the dot balls. That's probably more important than looking for. That's probably more important than trying to look for boundaries, because boundaries will naturally come off balls that you think you can score boundaries off. I think it's more about what you do with the good balls right now. Can you work them for a 1 instead of just blocking it out?
I think that's what that last partnership was all about. That's why that run out was such a surprise. They weren't being troubled at all. So now they've got to start again.
Very good keeping once again. Rippingale's a good player, isn't he? I know they've thrown the gloves around, this Sussex team, but he's the business, isn't he? He did it with the bat. He batted so well earlier. And some of his work keeping up to stumps has been sublime. He had a good leg side take a few overs ago. Very, very clean. Wow, that's hit hard, and it's going to hit the left foot. There's going to be a hokey pokey here, shake it all about, turn around. But in the end, any fielding that gets done is good fielding, and Mansfield might have one or two bruises on the left foot tomorrow, but he does make the stop.
He does make the stop. That was, like you said, it was crunched pretty hard. Yeah, for a moment, he didn't know where it was. Everybody was shouting, "It's behind you!" But only keeps his single now. I think, once again here, Murphy is pretty key. I think if Murphy stays there, they win this match. That's what I'm calling it. And I think even if Murphy stays there for another 6 overs, I think they get this match because Murphy is a dangerous player. It's the wicket they got to try and get. Here comes Roger again.
Very, very nice little glance there into a bit of space. They should get an easy 2 here. They will. So again, that's good field awareness. I mean, they have the basically 45 back on the boundary. There's no real fine leg, and he knew a little tickle there would be a pretty low risk too. And you can see there, it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts, I think, a chase like this. You're looking for those 6 and over, just limiting the dot balls, as we said a moment ago. And right now, Murphy, not put off, I suppose, by that run out of O'Connor. He's doing his job, and he's doing it very, very well. And even this one, it gets past the bowler. We'll get one. He might get more than he bargained for here, but Verrecchia, with his not watching the play strategy, was forced to settle for a single.
Yeah, well, he knew he had to run the first one hard, but of course, from the back of his head, he couldn't see that it went through the fielder, and he was not in a position to turn back and come for 2. What a funny old day it is today weather-wise. The sun is now come out again. Big, solid defensive shot this time from Peter. It's going to be 108 it is at the moment, coming to the end of this 17th over. That's played away quite handsomely out on that onside, and once again, very good fielding. They are taking this on. This could be pretty close, but once again, we know he's very quick, Murphy. Murphy seems to be reading it like a book at the moment. He knows which fielders he can take on. He knows which ones he's got to be careful with. And despite those wickets, or one of them being a real blessing for Sussex with that the run out of O'Connor, the Kangaroos are still looking in pretty good shape here. 110 of 17. It's nice to see also that one of the local TV stations is here. They had a chat with Vinny and myself. I thought I was in trouble when Garrett came to get me. It was like the headmaster came into the classroom and said, "You come here, come with me." But it weren't that bad. And now that the sun comes out, you see, they're out there and braving the weather and doing a little bit of filming as well with the cricket in the background. Punches this for good fielding. That's Cox, gets down, gets dirty, gets wet, but makes a stop.
Well, Big Cox gets wet. Certainly a headline that might be on the front of the Malta Times tomorrow. Cox getting stuck in. Good to see.
Well, that's hit beautifully. That's 4 runs. What a shot. What a shot. That is pinged off the middle of the bat there from Peter. Es un golpe muy bonito, muy bonito. 4 carreras.
Very elegant shot, wasn't it? He just leaned on that down the ground. And I think you've mentioned a bit today that the outfield, it's certainly heavy, but didn't look like it with that shot. Just a very, very good technique. Interesting that Peter said he didn't find that he had much talent at cricket at the beginning, so had to work on it. He's obviously worked on it pretty well because that was a cracking stroke.
It was a great hit, straight drive. I mean, probably for me still, seeing the straight drive is one of the most pleasing shots to see. And this time, I think there's a fair bit of bat on that. They're asking the question. I suppose you need to find... Oh, he's giving it as a leg by.
Interesting.
Wow.
The old wooden leg, hey? I reckon that was 90% bat, 10% leg, but he knows what he's done. Nothing much gets past him. And obviously, maybe he was deafened by the sound of the bell earlier. It did seem to be a pretty woody noise, didn't it?
It sounded very woody.
Very good pads he's got there. It sprung off the pad at a record speed.
Well, that was kind of a yes, wait. And quick change of mind there from Murphy. They don't take the risk. And it's not worth it, really. They're ahead. You don't want to be losing a wicket here and putting yourself under pressure. Lovely shot. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. That is beautiful. It's pleasing to watch. It's scintillating, really, the way he pierces the field. And what was beautiful about this shot was the initial movement. He got himself, just watch this, gets himself into a position first where, there you go, where he's now ready to fire that into the gap. It's all along the deck for 4 runs. Just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are timing the ball so well. And probably the scary thing for Sussex is, if they don't get them out, they've got a lot of balls left before they're forcibly removed. Murphy's only faced 14. Varecki's only faced 8. They both come out and hit the ground running.
And now this one is whipped away towards fine leg. Once again, good. It's all about the positioning from Murphy. He just gets himself into a really good position and plays the ball away. What I'd like to see Sussex try to someone like Murphy is maybe just try getting it heavy into his body. We know he likes to go forward. He likes to get forward and whip the ball away on the onside. He likes to get forward and drive elegantly through the offside as he did in that over through extra cover. But I'd like to see what he does with a heavy ball into his body. And let's see if Sussex can deploy that. Talking about balls at the moment, looks like a ball is going to be changed here.
Yeah, shades of the
ball change.
Ball change controversy. It doesn't surprise me that the English are trying something like this. Hey, well, this ball's not giving us much. Give us another one. And here, it's amazing how much money there is in cricket. But going back to that Ashes, I'm forgetting what year it is now because all the years are mashing together. But these are the only balls we've got. It was all the cricket balls in the world, and there happen to be about 8 they're in the box. And sorry, it might be a bit. Might be doing a bit more, but
well, Mike is here. Mike might be able to shed some
Mike,
light
there's
on
a bit
why
of ball
there
change
was a
controversy
change there.
here. Mike's too busy to come over right now.
Some discussion. Well, 121. 18 gone, and I think
Mike's
Mike's got to put the DLS
dodging the
score
question
up first.
He wouldn't have been any good in the interrogation that we just had to suffer. He's just walking away. And it doesn't surprise me, English wanting to change the ball. Game's not really running their way. This is we've got, Mike's going to give us you can give us the actual explanation first.
Okay, so the ball in play became unfit for play because it's very wet. The seam started swelling, and it's basically impossible to grip. So we've changed it for a ball which is as near in condition as we can get.
And how would you rate the ball selection here at the Seams Festival? You think you got it pretty spot on?
I think we've got it as near as we can. Yeah. The problem we have is most balls have done a full 30 overs, and there's not many games that finish earlier than that.
That's good. Well, Mike, I trust you. There's not many English I would trust, but I think Mike. He's proven himself. He's a reliable official. And fair as the day is long. So, and he's also very knowledgeable about the game. Something I've noticed this week as well.
Apart from the yodeling, he's doing all right.
But I will be very quick if this game takes a turn to blame Mike personally for his selection of that particular ball. But it is a good point, actually.
The umpires who select the ball, not me.
Yeah, well, he's already shifted the blame, which is also a very important skill as an official. Anyway, this is cut away. Well, this new ball's racing across the turf. And, Mike, you've done a great job because this one will be 4 runs. There was barely a push there from Verrecchia. 4 carreras.
Yeah, but that's the other thing I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, if the ball was difficult to grip, etc., for the bowlers, it makes sense to make the change, and the bowlers will be happy about it. But I actually honestly do believe that so will the batters, because if the ball is drier, it's not so heavy, and if you do time it well, like Peter Verrecchia did there, you're going to get reward for your shot, and that's 4 more runs. So I think at the moment, and that's why I think there was no real obvious complaints from the Australian Kangaroos. Here's another one, and well, if this ball was dry when it went out there after the last 2 shots, it's probably as wet as the other.
I was going to say that's actually one issue as far as getting a dry ball. It probably doesn't stay dry for too long. You know, it takes me back to a European cricket series, and often I remember in the beginning the umpires, they were so worried about ball tampering and throwing on, make sure you're not over bouncing the ball. After a little while, I think we all realised that ball would only stay in play for about 30 seconds because we were losing so many of them. There wasn't too much value in trying to change the condition of the ball. But anyway, we're all set up for a bit of a grandstand finish. This last kind of burst, this partnership has got Australia well ahead in the game now, and that required rate down to 5.4. Remember, it did start a shade above 6. Verrecchia's got a very good-looking driving technique, doesn't he? Beats the bowler with this one. He'll have to settle for a single.
Yeah, he does. When he comes forward, he looks good, and not too many get past him. So takes the single. These two will meet in the middle. They'll have a bit of a chat. It was the end of the over, 129, 3 down. So after that wicket went down, these two have buckled down, and again getting partnerships together. I wonder, Rahul, if you wouldn't mind maybe showing us the partnerships that we've had in this match so far at an appropriate time, because I think it's very key. I'm one that always says that partnerships do help, and there you go, 14 for that first wicket. Then we saw that partnership of 70, then the surprise run out of O'Connor, but then these two have very quickly put 36 on together. It's a partnership that Sussex do have to break. It's very, very important. Sussex know that. Sussex know that everything, their survival, depends on picking up a couple of wickets here. They'd love to see both of these batters back in the dugout.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, we saw what a wicket or two can do. It doesn't always work, but quite often it will bring other wickets. And we saw a bit of a collapse, didn't we, towards the end of the Sussex innings in the first half of this game. Verrecchia off the back foot this time will find a sweeper out there. So it'll only be a single. But, yeah, the Australians, I'd love to know, I know we probably don't have like dot ball percentage, but I think, these teams that have had success in the tournament, they've got a very, very low dot ball percentage comparatively towards the other team. Rahul Tommy's got the dot ball percentage. All right, looking forward to that.
Ooh!
It's down the leg side. I think, wait for the call here. It's going to be called a wide, so it'll be 2 wides. It wasn't really a stumping chance. He was playing off the back foot.
He did kind of, the reason why you hear the ooh from me, because he was a little bit off balance there and did fall out of his crease. But of course, in rip and go, that was too wide for him to pick that up.
All right.
That's nicely pushed. Lovely.
So
I've
got a comparison. I would like the Kangaroos dot ball percentage versus Norfolk and Suffolk from earlier today. He's sweating. He's sweating because the number will mean nothing to me without context. He can do that. All I heard is he can do that. Nice looking shot again, leaned on. This will be a bit of a chase as well. It's man versus ball. And man wins it. Fantastic. He goes and pulls it close to the beyond, forgets that he still has to field it, and now it's 3 misfields outweighing 1 good piece of fielding perhaps. But what about the effort there? You cannot doubt the commitment of these cricketers, Rico.
I think, look, Sharma, have a look at this from Cox. This was just brilliant. The ball was getting away from him, and Cox says, no way, you're mine. And that is a great save from Brian Cox.
Yeah, Big Cox popping out again, and he was very, very determined to get his way, wasn't he there? And he did. Okay, so Australia do have a lower dot ball percentage than Norfolk. Norfolk. I wasn't talking about Sussex. I wasn't asking. You need to listen, Rahul. Sussex also were very industrious in their innings. I'm making the comparison, and now he's sweating even more.
You're going to throw him. You're going to throw him.
All the counties sound the same to Rahul. I can understand that. They do sound kind of the same. A lot of these teams to the non-English, but yeah, I was like, no, it did seem pretty close. That's the end of the over, and the score 135 for 3 after 20 overs. It leaves 53 off the last 10 overs. I love winding Rahul up. Has been. So tell me, both are 48. Norfolk and Suffolk. Specific today. Well, there we go. Rahul giving me fake stats. You can't believe anything you read. They say there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. You know, any PhD. I don't trust Rahul's working.
Rahul will remember this 1st of April for a very long time.
Listen, when Rahul can tell me the net run rate from Saturday, then I will start to believe the stats he's feeding me.
That rain's coming back, by the way. Yes, this is just clipped away. Is a long chase. They will catch up with it. Now, the batters, they could decide to maybe take a third if they want to, but at the moment I just think that both of them kind of conserving their energy. They know they're well ahead of the game. They haven't, it has to be said, they haven't looked in trouble at all, have they?
I have to apologise to Rahul. Thank you, Rahul. You came up with a statistic. I believe I've got nothing to. I'm trying to apologise. I'm saying he's doing a good job under there. He's doing a million things at once. I was a little bit surprised. Although, having said that, the Norfolk and Suffolk innings was kind of an innings of two halves, wasn't it? It was in the first half where they fell a long way behind and couldn't really catch up despite their best efforts in the second half. But this Australian partnership has developed nicely. It was a bit of a crossroads, wasn't it, when Jock O'Connor got run out for 34. That was early in Murphy's innings. And like I said, these two, they still have plenty of balls available to them. The thing is, with basically less than 60 balls remaining, the odds are that these two could bat the innings out if they wanted to. What have you seen?
Well, have a look at that picture of this. That's a lovely shot. First of all, forget this. This is probably one of the best swivel shots you've seen. A little bit of, the MJ style as that goes to the boundary. What a swivel shot this is. I'm loving it. Great shot. But look, take a look at that and tell me what's wrong. We're looking at Henry Blowfield's sharing my love of cricket. Have a look at that picture on the cover and tell me what's wrong.
Non-striker on the wrong side of the pitch. And I was going to say that there's no clouds in the sky, assuming that this is an English photo.
Yeah, and what's he doing running from wherever he is? This is weird. And also, he looks like he's at slipped. At the bowl.
Short mid wicket. But we've had that situation, and no one. This is.
I wonder if Henry's
people
ever
can't
noticed
see
that.
this, right?
I wonder if Henry's noticed it. What do you reckon?
We have had the non-striker on the same side as the bowler, but only on occasional, with everyone's permission, when we've had one very slippery side of the pitch. So we have actually had that before. That has happened. Trust me. If you go to the Carter Oval, you want to go in the slightly less flooded zone.
I don't know about the umpires.
Rico's picking apart a book cover that unfortunately none of the viewers can see, but well, he pushes forward.
Oh boy.
Umpire.
Oh boy.
Turns down the appeal. Got a good stride in there, Murphy.
Oh boy. I wonder. I'd have to.
It's a conversation
when we see
piece.
Henry, I'm going to ask him. Say, hey, have you looked at the cover of this book? You got the umpire standing where the batter should be, and you got the batter on the wrong side.
We've seen a few off-centre umpires in our time as well, haven't we? Yeah, when we have our normal camera straight down the line, and the umpires sometimes can be a little bit askew. Hey, meanwhile, Australia have this right under control at the moment. 45 required as we get to the end of the 21st over. 143 for 3.
Going nicely, and they're almost there now, aren't they? There's the two batters. I mean, I think these two have batted so many times together. They've just got. Do you get that feeling that they know each other well? When they're out there in the middle, it's like, come on, it's me and you again. How many times did you have that?
That's
you sort of
true.
Say, hey, it's me and you again. You know what to do. Let's go and do this.
The Aussie brotherhood, perhaps. Although I will say they do live a long way apart. One lives in Australia, one lives in Tuscany. But the crickets bring them together. They've had a really interesting partnership, haven't they? Varecchia very strong down the ground, and obviously he's kind of hit the ground running straight away. Murphy as well. He kind of wasn't too off put by the run out that happened early in his innings at the other end, but he's worked very well square of the wicket, particularly brutal and anything outside the leg stump. So let's see if they can continue it and get the W for the Kangaroos. Well, this one is W for wide.
Yep.
It's a mile down the leg side, and it will get past Rippengale as well. In fact, it's a no ball for off the pitch. So, again, that won't go against his stats. And we'll have a free hit. So, Varecchia, he's going to be able to cash in potentially on this freebie. Hey, I'll give you a rule change. No balls off the pitch in this competition. Just call them wides unless they're hit. And that way you don't have to remember it's another ball they get to face. It'll be a lot less admin. Also, a lot fairer on the keeper who has to wear a bye there. That's actually a good playing condition for all cricket. Just call them wides. If they hit the edge of the pitch and they're hit or whatever, then call them a no ball. But 99.9% of the time, it's just a wide and just leave it. Meanwhile, this is whacked by Varecchia over cover again, showing that he's got the power, but he's not quite enough power to get it all the way. They will come back for two. Varecchia had to be nursed through, thought it was going all the way, but it plugged slightly. Two off the free hit.
Well, he's not the only one that thought it was going all the way. That was hit very, very nicely, pinged out the middle. And they've got this feeling now, I think, these two. They got this feeling that it's done, it's in the bag. I mean, hopefully they won't get overconfident. You never want to get overconfident, but you can see they're just starting to, looks like they're starting to enjoy themselves out there.
They're just batting with confidence right now. I mean, cricket, often you feel like the batters are in charge or the bowling team's in charge, and right now, no doubt the Aussies, they have all the momentum. They seem to have the answers, don't they? 40 required at a required rate of 4.62. So, I mean, I think it was really important as well. I mean, for me, if it was as it is right now, I still think Varecchia, his 5 wickets were a real key in stopping Sussex scoring those extra runs, but they're right on cue. Murphy, I said he's been brutal on anything outside the legs. Well, he swivels and he hits once again. Cuatro carreras más, and the Kangaroos hopping away in this chase. The 150 up as well.
Yeah, he's batting so well. Now, I'm just having a quick look actually here at the number of balls that have been faced at the moment.
They got heaps.
They've got heaps of balls. Murphy is he's just having a field day at the moment. He moves to 30. Batting so well, he just has so much confidence. And the other thing I wanted to say that, when there was the wicket, there was the run out. One thing I liked about the Australian Kangaroos, they didn't look at each other. There was no gestures of discontent. It happens, they accept it. And I think it's the case of, all right, I'm disappointed, but I'm not going to show it because I don't really want to get inside the head of the other batter. So he gets out. I need to keep him thinking positive. And, I'm not there anymore, but I want him to stay there and get this win. I think that was very much a team thing, which sometimes you don't see a lot of, do you?
No, that's true. But that's one thing I mentioned actually in my interview is, sometimes you think the older people get, the less they get on with everyone. But I think that these teams are a really good example of teams coming together. There's been great team spirit. They're sharing this experience. They're playing unselfishly, these teams, and happy to get everyone else involved. And it's paying off, I think, in partnerships such as this one.
In comes Brazil again, and no run this time. Well, of course, we also had a quick chat. I mean, we've had so many people actually in the hub today, and Mick Brazil also was lovely talking to him, telling us about some of his stories and connections with Malta. 152 at the end of 22 overs. So I think now really, when I was speaking to Vinny a bit earlier, and I was saying, what's the sort of landmarks? What's the sort of when you get to this, get to that? I think when you know you get to 150, 22 overs gone, that's when now really these two will think, okay, we're there. Like, there's no way we're losing this. But I still maintain, and you know me, it's not over till it's over. And they've done the hard work. They built this partnership, and they should win from here. But also, when you do all the hard work, you should be there to bring it home as well. That's what they're looking to do. And just doesn't make the right contact. Allsbrook makes a stop, and on his birthday as well. Also Brooke, Kevin, and not the way you would have wanted the cricket to go. But I'm pretty sure that he's still going to have a very good evening. That's tossed right up, and that's hit firmly, and it ain't coming back, is it? It's clobbered. Boom! Jokalagya, goodness, so nice. Another brutal hit from Peter. And it's another one that's going to have to be fetched from the boundary.
Is there a way back? I mean, 1 or 2 quick wickets could have been a difference maker. I saw a clear 4 signal there. Obviously, Rahul needs to start paying attention. It's for our umpires. Obviously, a wet 4 signal maybe doesn't go quite as long as a dry one. Put it that way. Varekia turns this away, a rare dot ball. Rain's coming down, probably a bit heavier than before as well, Rico. I mean,
yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think that probably Sussex themselves are now resigned to the fact that, you know what, do we want to stay here and get wet, or should we just say, now it's probably time to probably say, yeah, if the batters want to go off, we might as well go off with them, and if we don't get out of there anymore, it doesn't matter, because this match is now getting away from us, or gotten away from us. Is there a way back here? Can they get back into this?
Honestly, I think there is. I mean, you'd need to get both of these guys out, though. You can't just kind of wait for the 50 balls to run out. You get both of these out, you get two new batters, and you just got to get on a good run yourself. You probably need to squeeze the field a bit, so you need to create dot balls from somewhere. That's the only way you can get back in. Probably have to gamble a bit with the field. Well, there's 1 dot ball, but I think you can think about it. It's pretty uncomfortable conditions to go out and bat, mainly because it's horning down. You've been cold. You've been sitting on the bench now for an hour and a half. And so, yeah, I think there is a chance. But Sussex need to find a way to get basically both of these players out, and quickly, because they've only got 31 to play with right now. And these two, they've been so good off the back foot and the front foot. But also, something we probably would love to see more of in European cricket in general, a lot that we cover, is, just kind of playing the line of the ball. So, the balls outside off stump, hit them on the offside. We probably see a few too many drags. We might have a retirement here, I wonder, or we might have an elective retirement, or maybe they just want to come off. It's a group retirement from everybody. So, yeah, they're going to come off. They're well ahead, obviously, the 30 ahead on the DLS, which is not a surprise. But I wonder, there's still some blue sky around, so I still think this probably will pass. Remember, we've had a couple of minor interruptions. We haven't had a reduction in the game.
Yeah.
But Murphy and Varekia, 31 not out apiece. They walk off with the Kangaroos well ahead.
I believe it's what I suspected, Vinny. I think Sussex knew they had to stay out there. They had to weather this weather and the storm and whatever's coming their way, and they were doing that and prepared to do that and get wet and soaked and everything for as long as they thought it was possible for them to win. But I think now they probably all looked at each other and thought, you know what, guys, they're going to get these runs, so do we really want to stay out and keep getting wet, or do we want to get in the bar and get some of the other wet stuff? And I think they've probably chosen to get some of the other wet stuff. I don't think we're going to see them go back out there. I think it's the Kangaroos going to get another win under their belt, or another one in their pouch, Vinny, another one in their pouch.
Nothing official yet, but, I mean, it is coming down even stronger right now. So if you look, I mean, this game, the idea, I imagine, would have been that it would finish around now anyway. But but I suppose we will wait and see. We might take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back to you maybe in a few minutes when we have some official confirmation. Or Ankit's come in, so you know there's going to be something.
Ankit might
we're going to get the real goss. What can we get here?
So Ankit, what's happening?
Ankit, talk to us.
If it stops, we'll go and have a look.
Okay.
Too flippy. Then
All right. Well, I mean, right now, it might just be clearing. I don't know. It's I suppose up to interpretation. I want to know, Ankit, what's the general feeling of the players? Do you think that they want to get back on? Ankit seems slightly pessimistic. Look, what we'll do, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a few minutes and we'll close it out one way or another, Rico, with the Kangaroos well up. The rain coming down even stronger at the moment. We'll take a moment to try and protect the equipment. That's rule one. And we'll be back shortly with an update here on Cricket Legends TV. You're watching match 16 here in the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival.
That's it, done. Which station? Whether it's a big one or what? I think I'd go for D. Is it D1, yeah? What sort of stuff are they asking you?
Overs in the second innings, the Kangaroos were 30 ahead on the Duckworth Lewis, so 158 is enough. The adjusted score is obviously well ahead given the way the game was going, Rico. It's an unfortunate end to the day, but to be fair, the rain held off long enough that we had two matches, I suppose, play out the way they would have played out anyway. But disappointment for Sussex to go out that way, but still they've been brilliant and they'll finish in third place at the series.
Yeah, look, I think Sussex would not argue with the fact that though this rain has come now, it meant that this match is going to finish early. I think they knew before this last shower, and probably the heaviest shower of the day, came, that the match was done. So I don't think you're going to see any complaints from them. They battled hard, you know, they really did. You got to give them a lot of credit. They've come back strong after they lost to the Canada Masters. They needed to give it their best, and they did. I liked what they did. I liked the way they hustled. They put a good score on the board. But I think the Australian Kangaroos just once again showed that, you know, this time round, they said to me, I know that speaking to a few of their players, they said, look, last year they were here and, you know, they were getting used to understanding how this festival worked, and they understood some of the regulations better. And this time round, you know, they were here to compete in a more competitive way and try and win it. That's what they want to do. And we've seen that from them already. They put some good performances together, and they look good. They look strong. I like the way that they field. I like the way they throw themselves around. And, you know, they've got some good players in there. So it'd be actually pretty interesting to see how the player of the match goes. But I think we both feel it's got to go to Peter.
It's got to go to Verrecchia. I mean, there'll be a royal commission if he doesn't get it. I mean, 5 wickets, almost, you know, breathing down a 6 for. He was on a hat trick twice. And to be honest, I know we look at the margin. Okay, it looks comfortable in the end, 30 runs on the DLS. But Sussex were primed with wickets in hand to score 200 plus. I think the fact that he was able to keep them down in the 180s, and then, of course, look at his 31 and out with the bat as well. And it just shows you that sitting in the chair and sitting in the hub may give you some sort of advantage going into the into the second half. Thanks so much. Of the game. But having said that, didn't work so well for the birthday boy Kevin Alsabrook, who unfortunately got run out on his birthday, which I believe shouldn't even be legal. You should on your birthday. Here's a rule: you're allowed to one life on your birthday. If you get out, you can keep back.
Who ran him out? Was it Ian?
Well, not
was Ian out there at the time?
Well, let's not get into it, but it probably was Ian, who also had a very good game, by the way.
He had a good game, but he's not getting any cake.
I think so. Look, we've got to sign off here because we have to pack up everything and try not get things too wet. Of course, tomorrow we've got a big day coming up as we will hit the final day of the tournament, and I suppose it does end up in a kind of final as well, with Kent's take on Surrey in the first match. And then, of course, the Australian Kangaroos take on Canada Masters in the second match, and that will decide the ultimate champion of this Malta Seniors Cricket Festival.
Yeah, and I think it's quite fitting it's worked out that way, that we will tomorrow have the big match, and you can call it the final because it will be the final. Winner takes all. Of course, there'll be a lot of people punching in a few figures now as well, just to have a look at those net run rates as well, because that is going to be pretty important.
That's the thing. But I suppose with this one of the Champions Pool, we now know, okay, both these teams have a win that will play tomorrow, and so it won't really come into it for the final. But definitely in the morning, Kent versus Surrey in that one. Actually, here we actually have the same situation as looking at that. Kent and Surrey did win their first games in the Spirit Trophy. So essentially, we do have two straight-out shootout finals tomorrow. So Kent will play Surrey for the Spirit Trophy. Canada will play Australia in the Champions Pool. Of course, today we found out that Warwickshire would walk away with the Runners' Cup. So it's all set up for a big day tomorrow and a big finish.
A big day tomorrow, a big finish. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Look, it's time to say our thank yous. Massive thank you to all of our viewers who have been tuning in from around the world. You've been absolutely marvellous. Thank you for your support. And, of course, all of your interaction has been absolutely superb. A big thank you to the umpires. I mean, it's not a great day for the players, and it's not a good one for the umpires as well, the men in black out there, they're going for the motions as well. It's been cold, it's been wet, and they've stuck it out there. So well done to the match officials. Big shout out to the scorers. Adrian, well done. Thank you very much. You've been superb. Of course, we had Dave in here a bit earlier, and of course, well done to I know that we had Raj today, the match referee. It was his first day here. Well done to Barry as well, the tournament referee. Mike, great job by Mike. Kenneth, Sam, and Rahul as well. And Rahul, once again, well done for once again being the brunt of some of our jokes. And you're a good sport, Rahul. You're a very good sport.
He's good. And he's a multitasker. He's very, very good. But I just hope all his passports in his room. How funny if they did actually get robbed this morning. It seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? But I suppose they'll be doing extra checks.
It will be. They will do indeed. And well done, of course, to Garrett as well. Garrett's been doing a little bit of everything. Garrett, thank you very much. Frankie as well, and even young Alex being at the ground. But also, I want to say a massive and a very big massive thank you to all the spectators that have been here. And I know that some of the wives have been watching that Sussex match and watching the match before. You've been fantastic. Big thank you to everybody that's been at the ground, because you've also been very faithful as well with the way the weather's been. You've found yourself little spots and umbrellas and bushes and shrubs to hide under when the rain has been lashing it down. So well done to everyone. It's been another brilliant day of cricket. One more day to go of this festival, and of course the big prize to play for tomorrow. So on that note, as you know how I like to say, Vinny, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Esta mañana, mi familia.
Hasta pronto.